Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority, meeting of Tuesday, May the 3rd, 2022. To sing our national anthem, we have right here from Costa Mesa, Mariachi Juvenil Herencia Michoacana. After they're done playing beautifully, we're going to hear from Councilmember Harlan from District 6, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, let's have another hand for Mariachi Juvenil Herencia Michoacana. Thank you very much. So now it's time for the moment of solemn expression, tonight led by Pastor Christine Wallington from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Pastor Wallington.
Thank you. Lord, as we come into this place of decision power and change, we seek your counsel and guidance. We come here not to blindly follow the loudest person in the room, but to instead hear even the smallest voices and always thoughtfully build our community together. We come here to listen to each other's stories through the venue of needs, wants, and passions to see our thriving city of Costa Mesa. We listen to the stories of our brothers and sisters that are suffering with lupus as we remember them this month and encourage them to continue the fight against this autoimmune disease as we raise awareness, support, and aid medical advances to help bring healing. We hear the concerns of those who are seeking to protect the wildlife at Twinkle Park, and we share in the joy of seeing families biking together, enjoying those precious moments as we encourage getting out and biking this month with friends and family. We thank you for the cultural diversity that we have in the city. We thank you for those who pledge to protect and serve the city of Costa Mesa, and ask that you help them in those moments when anger, stress, and violence are louder than understanding, kindness, and peace. We pray for your wisdom for our elected leaders in this meeting and ask that you silence personal competition and personal gain as the necessities of this community needs are brought to the table and decisions are made to further the well-being of our neighbors and community. We are all here, Lord, because we want to see a better tomorrow for our children, youth, and future leaders. But we know that support and resourcing starts here today as each of us are humbled and willing to hear one another's stories and respond with the understanding and growth that comes with being in your presence. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor Wallington. That was beautiful. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Harlan.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds. Here. Councilmember Gameros.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Here. Mayor Stevens.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Harper is absent.
Okay. City Attorney, we had our closed session. Do you have anything to report from our closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. So we have 4 presentations today. The first one is regarding Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This week, we're proud to kick off Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The city of Costa Mesa celebrates and recognizes a long and proud history as a home for Asian American and Pacific Islanders, including those of Marshallese and Japanese descent. Since the 1920 National Census, Costa Mesa has been the home for thousands of Japanese American families who made a living as farmers during the early days of Costa Mesa when it was a collection of agricultural boom towns. Today, many prominent Japanese businesses and restaurants can be found throughout the city, continuing the legacy of this rich and vibrant culture. We also have Noguchi Gardens, so there's not only businesses and culture, but also art, great Japanese art. Also among our neighbors, the city has welcomed members of the Marshall Islands since the 1970s. Since that time, the Marshallese have enriched the cultural fabric of our city, frequently gathering the community for dances, festivals, birthdays, anniversaries, and so much more. Tonight, joining us from the Marshallese Youth of Orange County is Executive Director Kaylani Silk, who is here to accept the proclamation. And after I read a few excerpts of the proclamation, she's going to say a few words. And Ms. Silk, I'll turn on the podium for you. Yeah, the podium mic should be on. Okay, now reading excerpts from the proclamation. Since 1978, May is a dedicated time to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage. And in 1992, Congress officially designated the month of May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, celebrating the significant role Asian American and Pacific Islanders have played in the creation of a dynamic American society with their contributions to the arts, commerce, government, and sciences, and law, by the way. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Orange County are starting businesses and creating jobs. There are over 63,000 Asian American-owned businesses in Orange County, and over 96,000 workers in Orange County who are employed by Asian American-owned businesses, generating $20 billion in revenue. The Costa Mesa community hosts annual events to celebrate the Asian American Pacific Islanders heritage, such as the Tet Festival, held at the Orange County Fair and Event Center, which is hosted by the Union of Vietnamese Students. That festival attracts more than 6,000 guests. And by the way, that festival is the largest festival of its kind west of the Mississippi River. And the Asian New Year and Lunar New Year events held at South Coast Plaza Center's Jewel Court and Carousel Court. The city of Costa Mesa is committed to recognizing the achievements of the Asian American and Pacific Islander business entrepreneurs and community leaders in our city, such as creators and owners of Toast Kitchen and Bakery, John Park and Ed Lee, who in addition to operating their business, provide philanthropic work to the community. And also Wing Lam for Wahoo's, that's Ed's brother. And diverse performances at the Segerstrom City Center for the Arts, celebrating the culture with performances from Shen Yun and the Shanghai Acrobats. We acknowledge and celebrate the contributions to our city's economic and social institutions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Now, Ms. Silk, do you want to say a few words, and then we'll present the proclamation to you and take a nice photograph, all of us. Hold on one second. Is that mic on? Okay, I'm pushing it. It says on for me. It's on now? Okay, good. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. First, I would like to thank our Heavenly Father. I would also take this opportunity to thank Mayor Stevens and his fellow dignitaries for this opportunity. I would like to begin by giving recognition to our elders that have paved the path that has now enabled us to do the work. The Pang family, Cowan Young, the Brands, and Wase, and many more that reside here in Costa Mesa and in Southern California. I would also like to thank all of the CBOs that have groomed Marshall Youth of Orange County, including SoCal Pacific Island Response Team, Pacific Island Health Partnership, EPIC, Empowering Pacific Island Communities, and many more that have joined us in the fight for towards health disparities here in Southern California. Last but not least, I thank my community for the opportunity for which to serve. Thank you so much.
Proceed to the center, and then council. Here you go. That's good. All right. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for coming. Okay, our next proclamation is for Lupus Awareness Month. This month we pause to recognize Lupus Awareness Month. Systemic lupus erythematosus is a chronic, complex, often life-threatening autoimmune disease. Lupus causes the body's defense system to attack healthy cells and tissues instead of viruses and bacteria. This can damage many parts of the body, such as the joints, skin, kidneys, heart, lungs, blood vessels, and brains. Joining us to accept tonight's proclamation is an ambassador from the Lupus Foundation of America, Malaya Gerlin, who lives in Irvine and attends Beckman High School. So I'm going to read an excerpt of the proclamation, and then we're going to hear a little bit from Ms. Gerlin. Lupus Awareness Month is observed in the month of May and was first celebrated in 1977. As Lupus Awareness Week in September, and was honored by President Jimmy Carter, who established a week-long observance in honor of raising awareness for lupus. There are an estimated 1.5 million Americans living with this cruel disease. The color purple, and we have some, I don't know where mine is, but we've got bracelets. Oh, I'm wearing it. That's my bracelet, and I'm wearing it, and that's why I lost it. Okay, back to the script. We're talking about the color purple. The purple is a combination of the passion of the color red and the calmness of the color blue. Purple is thought to pacify the mind and nerves, uplift the spirit, and provide the courage to fight. This year, for World Lupus Day on May 10th, 2022, the global lupus community will come together for a day of action for the world to learn about this debilitating disease and join in the fight against lupus. So, Ms. Garland, do you want to say a few words at the podium, and then we'll take our photograph with the council?
Hello. First off, thank you for bringing awareness to lupus. The more people who are aware of this disease, the closer we are to finding a solution and a cure and really helping all of those who are chronically suffering. Currently, it takes about 6 years for a lupus patient to officially be diagnosed, and as you said, there is no cure. I was diagnosed with lupus 4 years ago when I was 13 years old. I had just started my freshman year in high school and was actively involved in many school activities. But my enthusiasm, however, was shattered when I woke up in extreme pain and I was unable to walk. So lupus has changed my life significantly, but with help from the lupus community and the Lupus Foundation of America, there is hope for a brighter future. So thank you for supporting the Lupus Foundation and helping raise awareness for this disease. And together, we can stay strong and we can find a better future for all of those with lupus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Okay, this is the last proclamation where we have to get down and take a picture. So then we have a presentation. And Adam, we're not taking a picture with you. Is that okay? You're good with that? All right, good. Okay, next is for National Bike Month. The City of Costa Mesa is pleased to honor its commitment to active transportation infrastructure. That is why the council supports National Bike Month and the changes that methods of active transportation bring to each of our individual lives for better, positive, mental, emotional, and physical benefits that will last a lifetime. Bicycles are an excellent way to begin a transition to a car-free lifestyle. We are thrilled to be working on a hearty network of bicycle facilities that will make life more safe, healthy, and fun in Costa Mesa. Joining us for tonight's presentation is Sean Lupton-Smith and his colleague Ryan Spitzer from the Electric Bike Company, who are here to accept the proclamation. So once I read some of the excerpts of the proclamation, we'll hear from Mr. Lupton Smith and Mr. Spitzer, and then we'll take our last photo of the evening. The month of May is National Bike Month. For more than a century, the bicycle has been a practical, economical, and environmentally sound and effective means of personal transportation, recreation, and fitness. Creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, quality of life, boost community spirit, improve air quality, reduce traffic congestion and noise, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. The City of Costa Mesa has worked diligently to promote bicycle usage with community outreach, educational programs, implementation of bicycle facilities, expansion of bicycle parking, and opportunities to engage residents in the activity of bicycling. The city is committed to accomplish key active transportation goals by installing nearly 9 miles of bicycle facilities over the past year, which includes 47,000 linear feet of upgrades and 165 K71 posts to enhance roadway safety for all users. Whether a person is riding a bike for fun, fitness, with family, or taking an essential trip to work or shop, they are a part of the movement for safer streets, connected communities, and a healthier planet and happier people. So we're very proud to present that proclamation. Now, Sean and Ryan, if you want to come up to the podium and say a few words, and then we'll do a photograph with the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and guests. I'm Sean from the Electric Bike Company. We have over 100 local staff, which we employ at our 70,000 square foot facilities around Costa Mesa. We're actually the first major brand that does manufacturing in the United States. Very excited to be here, so thanks for the invitation. So just a few little things. One of the major things we're working on, and we're excited to work with the city, is infrastructure to promote biking in general. Not only biking, but scooters and skateboards and all the rest of the stuff that some people kind of like, some people don't. But the important thing is to make sure that we keep our riders and people that are out of cars or buses or trains safe. And I was excited to speak to the council member, the Reynolds, and she mentioned that they're doing some work on Placentia, which one of our factories on. It's fantastic news. What we do is, my mother's actually from Holland, and the Dutch have got this really nice way of, promoting cycling around, and they do these smart intersections. They do, street lights. They one-way streets around schools. The schools, you've got, sort of traffic coming in, traffic going out. Sometimes what they do is they have one-way streets so they can get the parking out of the way and they can get kids to and from schools really safely. Speed limits, of course, a big deal. Now, with the electric bikes being part of the whole thing, speed limits are, people actually on regular bikes can go faster than people on electric bikes. So I think speed limits and posted speed signs that actually show the rider how fast they're going, not only just even on a skateboard or anything else. And I think awareness classes, there's more and more kids, and we mentioned that in your opening. A lot more kids are riding these bikes, and some of them just aren't really road aware. And if we could have some awareness classes for school kids, at the schools, in fact, and at our facility or anybody else's, and just overall awareness, posted signs in the city. I think Costa Mesa is one of the, this is the epicenter of really how biking and electric bikes are growing. 3 out of the top 10 electric bike brands are actually in Orange County, we being one of them, and we right here in Costa Mesa. So we're very excited. Thank you very much for inviting us. We appreciate everything that the city does. And onwards and upwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, next we have a presentation regarding the Orange County Housing Trust, Orange County Housing Finance Trust from Adam Eliason. And just a couple words of introduction. It's been a little while, Adam. I think maybe since before the pandemic, certainly since you've been in these chambers. But Adam was instrumental in having us locate our shelter and work with our temporary shelter and our permanent shelter. And Adam, I don't know if you heard, but he was part of the team. Without him, he located back in 2018, located 50 different sites for us to look at. We didn't pick any of them, but he located it, and that was the important part, Adam. And then he eventually found the place and really shepherded us through that process. And I don't know if you've heard the latest, but we now have found housing for 215 souls. Can you believe that?
Fantastic.
And we have 65 more that are working on their housing plan as we speak. So that's 286 people who otherwise would be unsheltered, that are sheltered in large part because of the work you've done as a part of our team. So thank you very much. I'm really happy that you're here.
It's amazing.
And I don't care what you say. I just want to be able to say to you how much you meant to us at a very important time in our city.
I was not expecting that. So thank you so much, Mayor, for those kind remarks. And I definitely was going to add that it feels like coming home after all those years that we worked together in a lot of meetings to get to where we were able to have a shelter get built. And so thank you so much for that. And staff was incredible to work with. It's definitely one of the highlights of my career, working on that project here in Costa Mesa. I've already been introduced. My name's Adam Eliason. Tonight, I am here to talk to you as the manager of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. I wanted to, we've been doing the Housing Finance Trust now for 3 years, Costa Mesa being one of the initial cities to join the trust. And I felt like it was my responsibility to get back to every one of the cities in person and be able to give a presentation about how are we doing? What's our report card for the trust? You've joined the trust. You deserve to know exactly what's been going on with the trust. This is a short presentation. I don't want to spend too much time, but I want to give you some highlights about this. One recent news to announce is that we just implemented our new trust advisory board, which consists of additional members of Orange County, including city managers, police chief, and other important stakeholders in the area of affordable and permanent supportive housing. And I'm happy to report, if you don't know already, that Lori, your city manager, has volunteered to be representative on that trust advisory board, representing the Central Spa and, of course, the great city of Costa Mesa. So I'm looking forward to working with Lori on that. You have a representative now that is part of our trust efforts. Next slide. So let me first address the question of what is a housing trust. Housing trust is provides a portion of the funds that are needed to finance the preservation and production of affordable housing. Housing trusts can be established by cities, states, counties. They're usually in a joint powers authority, which is to say they have a collective mission and vision. Trust funds can come from a variety of sources, including bonds, donations, government funds as well. Next slide. So some of the main principal accomplishments are we have now 23 cities plus the County of Orange that are members of the trust. We established and approved a 5-year strategic plan which we update annually. We've been able to secure $30 million in funding. We have given funding commitments to 13 projects totaling 901 affordable housing units. We have a website with administrative and project-related information, and we continue to outreach to developers, cities, and service providers. Next slide. This slide has a lot of numbers on it, and just suffice to say that we go after a variety of funding sources, both at the state level, federal level, the county, and other sources that come to us for both administrative and capital funding. Next slide. This slide shows one of the pages on our website which tracks the development projects since the trust was formed, and actually a couple of years prior to that. The County of Orange, with probably Susan being involved, back in 2017-18, did a study to find out what the needs are of affordable housing and a housing funding strategy. One of the outcomes of that document was a goal that was established to create 2,700 new permanent supportive housing by 2025 and an additional 2,700 affordable housing by 2025. So this slide documents where those projects are located so we keep track and have transparency in our goal setting. The trust has adopted that same goal. We've shown a slide, on this slide we show how they're allocated by service planning area plus the kind of project status of how they're coming along. I wanted to mention one more thing, and that is that I mentioned just on the previous slide that $30 million has been secured to the trust. However, we're just now going through the third notice of funding with the trust for an additional $10 million. We've received several applications that we are in the process of reviewing. And in 2 weeks, we are going to our trust board with funding recommendations. Significant among those applications is a project right here in Costa Mesa. And we are working with that developer and staff to bring new dollars into Costa Mesa for funding one of your own projects. Next slide. I can't make it public yet because in 2 weeks our trust board votes on that. So good news is coming your way, though. I can hint at that at least. This slide just shows that one of the key things that we focused on is not only bringing capital dollars into the trust to obviously build more affordable housing, but we also as an organization need to have administrative funding. We've been fortunate that in the first year we were so new, we didn't have any administrative funding, so we relied upon the member contributions, the County of Orange, some state funding that we got, and we also got some funding through SCAG to help us with some formation administration funding. But what that resulted in the second year was, you can see that bottom little bullet on the left side, is we didn't have to in the second year come to cities for any member contributions for the administration of the trust. And I can tell you that I'm working on the budget for this next fiscal year, and we won't be coming to you for any member contributions for that fiscal year as well. Next slide. So what are we looking forward to in the future? Well, we are currently reaching out to some of the cities who didn't initially join. I think it's now time for them to re-examine that based on some of the accomplishments you've seen in this presentation, plus the fact that we currently don't have any member contributions required. I always say to our non-member cities that joining the trust actually helps us to bring in new dollars into the county, because we often get questions from legislators when we're seeking new dollars of why aren't other cities joining. And so we believe that affordable and permanent supportive housing doesn't have any boundaries. It kind of distributes itself based on enforcement sometimes and other factors. And so we are encouraging some of our non-member cities to now join. We're reaching out for some additional state, and I will add in that second bullet, federal funding. We're hoping to have some good news about that next month. And we are working on private donations. We have a strategy in place for working with philanthropy groups and just continuing to go towards that ultimate goal of 2025 of getting the 2,700 new permanent supportive housing. I'm just really appreciative of Costa Mesa to coming forward with our project here, and that will help contribute to that goal. We are also continuing to work with other stakeholders in the county, such groups as the county's efforts with the Be Well Clinic and other rehab centers that are focused on addictive and mental health services clientele. If we can ensure that they have housing when they get through that process, I think we're going to go a long way at helping stop the outflow or increase in needs for permanent supportive housing. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Council, do you have any questions of Mr. Eliason? No? Going? I don't see anybody. Yeah, in 2 weeks. If well, I'm afraid the questions we want to ask you, you wouldn't be able to answer. So, hey, this was really good.
Okay, good.
I appreciate it. I got one quick question is, so it sounds like you're just with this latest round of requests of the trustees, just getting to the point where you're funding projects. Is that right?
Yeah, we do it every year. We started in January with a invitation.
Have you already gone through a round where you've funded projects?
Yeah, we've done 2 already.
2 projects.
Two funding rounds.
Okay.
So in 2020, 21, and now we're in the 3rd funding round of funding. So the first 2 funding 13 projects scattered throughout the county.
Okay.
That's our first 2. And now we're in the 3rd round, and we have 4 applications for funding. All of them will get funded at one level or another.
So it was 13 in the first round, and then
First 2 rounds.
First 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
For this time.
And now we'll have 4 more.
When you fund a project, are you funding just a portion of the project, and then there are other funding sources?
That's right. That's right. Developers are expert at going after all those layers of funding that are required. A good average is we're contributing almost 25% of the subsidy gap that's needed. So it's pretty significant what we're funding, but developers have other sources that they go after and secure.
Okay. Would it be violating your secrecy to let us know the one in Costa Mesa, wherever it is and whatever it is, approximately what's the funding amount? Would that violate the secrecy?
Well, there's some complexity to the answer to that question that
Okay.
I can't talk about, but.
Okay.
And not because I mean, you can look at their application and see how much money they're asking for, but there's some issues regarding state housing element issues that they're dealing with and release of funds, and it goes on and on. But our staff report will have all the details about that.
And then that'll become public in 2 weeks, and we'll be able to read it and talk about it as a
Oh, yeah.
follow-up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Susan will, probably in your next council meeting, will be able to give that good news.
Okay. Well, that gives us something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Adam. It's great to see you again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to public comments. So with public comments, the way it works is you get 3 minutes. You cannot speak on an item that is on the agenda, so it has to be something off the agenda. We go to the people in the chambers first, and they get an opportunity to speak. The buzzer dings at 1 minute. At 1 minute, start wrapping up, because then the mic cuts off at 3 minutes. Ms. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Since the inception of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee 7 years ago, Costa Mesa has become Costa-mazing. We've come a long way, baby, and I'm so thrilled to see Bike Month and the picture of the staff and council up here in front warmed my heart this evening. When 2015 when this committee was first started, we were not in a very good place. Costa Mesa was hard to actively transport bodies. I started walking in 1967 on East Side and moved to the West Side in 1969, and then to College Park in 1970. And I have been actively transporting this body all of these 55 years. Raja Sethuraman has become my hero. He has really turned a big corner for our city in making Costa Mesa Costa Amazing. When Jennifer Rosales came on board, wonderful. She has been so actively involved with everything that bike and walk people are involved with in Costa Mesa. And when Bretta Tencio Thomas came on board, I thought I had died and gone to heaven. I would love to adopt him as a grandson. He is fantastic. At the Earth Day celebration here at City Hall a week or so ago, Brett and Raja and Jennifer were with all of the Active Transportation Committee meeting people who were gathered under a tent for the committee. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, Costa Mesa, especially the City Council that is on the dais right now. You have turned the corner for our city. I remember back in the day when things were not so happy, but they're happy now, and Flo Mama is happy too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vucevic, you have the floor. You have a presentation? Okay. Don't make sure it gets up. Can you see it? I can see it. We can see the presentation, but just whenever you're ready, we'll start your time.
Thank you, Council. Happy Bike Month. I'm definitely going to run out of time on this presentation, but I'm going to do it anyways. CMABS had the privilege of sending me to the California Bike Coalition in Oakland, and so this is kind of my report to you guys. Went through Vegas. That was my Spirit Airline flight. That's BART, amazing public transit. There's my name tag. There's some great bike infrastructure. There's some more great bikes on BART. There's some more great bike infrastructure with a protected intersection. While I was there, Costa Mesa was on the front page of Street's blog. To the left of me is Melanie Curry, who writes for Street Blog. To the right of me is Chris Fortin from Santa Ana Active Streets, who I actually met in Oakland as opposed to in Orange County. So I want to talk about like 3 panels, but look at all of the panels that were there. It was really such a tremendous experience. I'm putting this up for the public record, not so that you guys can read it all really quick, but so if you want to go back, you can look at all of the amazing panels that I had the privilege of going to a lot of them. I want to talk about 3 of them. So Quick Build 101. I always thought quick builds were pop-ups, and this was a panel led by Alta, the planning consulting firm, and Mr. Barricade from TikTok, who also has a consulting firm. And so I was wrong about quick builds. And so quick builds have a few premises. They use cheap but durable materials, and they do something that doesn't require a study, and you learn from doing. And so something that's great to quick build is something like the intersection and protected intersections like a Dutch junction. And so there's this big premise of like, don't give up at the intersection, because that's the majority, that's where a lot of fatalities happen in the biking and walking world. And so bike lanes make people feel safe, but intersections are what keep people safe. And the quick build process is plan, monitor, engage. Iterate is the best part, is that you do something with cheap materials and you can iterate and get better from there. And that's why it's like the cheaper process is you don't have to use concrete because you're trying to get it better and better and eventually plan maybe 5 years from down the line of instilling something in concrete. We also have Alta's quick build white paper here. Bike education, CMABS is gonna try to get in this realm more. A lot of great stuff. I think the best stuff was like the bike commuting workshop. They mentioned put the bike at the back of the car, drive halfway, bike to work, and tell your coworkers that you bike the whole way. And that's like one of the greatest tips that they said. Show me the money. This is how groups like CMABS can help the city get money and can help staff. And so we can review applications, we can collect community input, we could write letters of support. There's all of these grants here, from federal to state grants. The most interesting one to me was the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, which is like housing and active transportation put together. Housing and biking, we gotta be thinking about housing in the context of biking. So what I want to bring back to Costa Mesa, ideas around bike education, networking important relationships, helping Costa Mesa go for competitive grants and help get those grants, and how we can be more collaborative with state agencies. So what I hope council takes away is that staff and council members should attend this next year. It was awesome. CMABS wants to help staff, especially alleviate staff time and get grants. And what would it take to get this summit in Costa Mesa in a few years? Thanks so much.
Thank you. Great job. Madam Clerk, would you please send that PowerPoint and send all the presentations from the public to the council, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will do that. And just for the public, the presentations are posted online also the next day.
Oh, really? Okay,
We
good.
post them online.
I didn't know that, but it would be still great to get it in the inbox.
We will.
You're the best.
And would you please turn the speaker? Oh, you did. Never mind.
Yep. Okay, you have the floor, Mr. Martinez.
All right, before I get started, I'll just say that I would like to pull consent calendars item 5 and 6. And happy National Bike Month. May is going to be a great month to be riding our bikes. It's nice weather. It's not too hot outside. So I hope to see everyone on our monthly bike rides hosted by Councilmember Reynolds. It'll be great. I think May is also a good month to get some work done for active transportation. Maybe not necessarily infrastructure, but some other things. Title 4 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code is related to bicycles, and I think it was updated in the 70s. It'd be really nice to get that code updated, up to date. We still have a requirement for bicycle licenses in the city, which a lot of people just haven't heard of, and it would be very nice just to get an update, get a refresh, and make sure that we can do that. Another thing that we can just quickly update is our suggested routes to school map. It was last updated when I was in 3rd grade. And I think right now it's May, we're ending off the school year. By the time that the kids get back in August and September, it'd be really nice to get those safe routes to school so that everyone can get to school safely. So another thing, bike racks at private businesses. Mark and I, we were just at Taco Mesa and there weren't any bike racks there. I think it would be very nice. We have a lot of money for bike racks. We can just go out and put those in really easily this bike month. It'd be really great to show that Costa Mesa is really dedicated to active transportation like I know we are. We've seen how dedicated our staff is. We've seen how dedicated you are. So I am really looking forward to all of these things happening in our city. And finally, I think we need to dust off some of our old plans. We have a multi-purpose trails plan from 2016, a Santa Ana River Trail Vision Study from 2008. These things they're how we planned for the future in the past, and well, now we are in that future that they planned for. So I think it's really important that now that we're going through this budget process, that we really take a look at those plans again and make sure that we become Costa Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, you have the floor.
Thank you. Fairview Park Alliance has their second Saturday. Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't think anyone else can see it, though. Okay, Fairview Park Alliance has their second Saturday of the Month restoration coming up in collaboration with the City of Costa Mesa. We've been doing this for over a year. Here are some of our volunteers, and Mr. David Martinez is one of our favorites. And so we help remove non-natives in Fairview Park. And at an event, this was initiated by Fairview Park Alliance the second Saturday of the month. Oops, it's not working. Fairview Park Alliance has dedicated volunteers who are also trained by consultant biologists from the city, Glenn Lucas and Associates, properly removing non-natives from Vernal Pool 7 watershed. We kept track of the volunteers for the city. They were given badges and allowed to remove non-natives when it was convenient for them. We kept track of their times. We also provided waivers at every restoration to protect the city. This is the recent City of Costa Mesa's Recreation Guide. It advertises for volunteers to help with the second Saturday of the month restoration, but there's no mention of the collaboration with Fairview Park Alliance, the nonprofit that initiated the event and has been working with the city for over a year. Perhaps an oversight. Fairview Park Alliance had asked, I'm going to go back, had asked Mr. Dalton for months about how we could participate in Earth Day. We suggested conducting a city nature challenge. We were told there was going to be food trucks and an electric shuttle going to Fairview Park, but nothing about the many booths, and of course, no invitation. Not revealing all the information leads us to think, once again, there may be a lack of transparency in the city. And then when the city scheduled concerts in the park in Fairview Park without going through the Fairview Park Steering Committee, which last year they recommended that it be moved to a more appropriate park since it violated the Fairview Park Master Plan and Measure AA, had a negative impact on the biological resources. It was told to us that that would be the last year. And we are very surprised that this year it was scheduled again when there are so many parks in Costa Mesa that are perfect without degrading important natural resources. And like you say, Mayor, the city should utilize Lions Park much more since there is so much money spent on it. Also, Fairview U.S. Fish and Wildlife has said that concerts in the park are disturbing to wildlife. So not only does it violate the Fairview Park Master Plan and Measure AA, but also it looks like the enterprise fund in the purchase agreement has never been set up, which says that an accounting system for all recreation concession activities and uses in the park should be set up so that all profits go back into Fairview Park. The Costa Mesa Foundation is not Fairview Park, and no matter how much good one may think they do with the money, it doesn't follow the purchase agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Council. I have a few Spanish speakers who will need interpretation.
Okay.
Buenas tardes a todos. Primero quiero dar las gracias al Chief. La vez pasada que vine a quejarme sobre la troca que está de comida, solamente y del bar, solamente funcionó una vez y fueron muy sarcásticos los que están trabajando para usted.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to thank the Chief, Lawrence, because last time I did speak, they came and they came out and one time and it worked, but there were a few people that were very sarcastic.
Mi queja es, vine en febrero, todos me conocieron y decidí ahora hablar en español porque es el primer idioma que yo tengo y es la mejor manera que yo me puedo expresar. Entonces, estoy cansada de la camioneta de comida que está en la intersección de la Newport Boulevard y la Bay Street. No está.
I came, for those of you that know me, I came in February. This last time I spoke in English, this time I'm speaking in Spanish. It's my best way to express myself. I want to come and complain because I'm tired of the food truck that's on Newport Boulevard and Space Street.
Golpearon ellos en enero a mi vecino enfrente de mí, lo atacaron entre 3 personas y fueron los de la camioneta de la troca. Hasta ahorita estoy esperando la investigación que la policía tiene desde enero y todavía no me pueden dar un reporte de policía. Ahora lo necesito para poder hacer le quiero que protejan mi familia porque el señor ya hizo traer a mi esposo ayer.
So I wanted to let you guys know that they hit the food truck, individual from the food truck hit my neighbor, and she's now waiting to do an investigation. And they have not done the police report since January.
Las personas que golpearon están aquí presentes. El motivo es de que ahora otra persona de otro lugar también tuvo el mismo problema con las personas de la camioneta. Y a ellos, a ellos sí los quitaron de esa intersección, de la calle 20 y la Placentia.
So the people who were hit are here now.
Y la misma camioneta vendía en otro lado, pero ya los quitaron.
So that same food truck was actually selling at a different location, and they were actually removed. However, they're still at the location, the current location now.
Entonces, tengo pruebas de code enforcement que exigen que tengan baños públicos, los que no hay, y se van a hacer sus necesidades en donde yo vivo, en los basureros.
Okay. She has proof from code enforcement that it requires them to have to have restrooms available.
Y no tienen,
And-
y van a orinar a los botes de basura.
And they don't have any, and they go urinate in the trash cans.
Y las horas de operación son entre las 9 y 5 de la tarde, y si ustedes van ahorita todavía están vendiendo.
She said the operating hours should be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. However, if you go now to the location, they are still open.
Excuse me for a second. Madam Clerk, what are we doing in terms of timing this presentation? Because of the translation? Okay. So you have 2 more minutes.
Muchas gracias, creo que es suficiente.
Thank you very much. I think that's enough.
Okay.
No, todavía no, ocupo mis 2 minutos.
Oh, she still wants her 2 minutes.
Así me gustaría irme de verdad feliz a mi casa.
She said that's how she would like to leave happy.
Están violando el código de enforcement 10370.
They're violating code enforcement code 10-370.
Están violando el código 10-374.
They're also violating code 10-374.
En el número 3, ellos dicen que tienen que estar a 100 pies de la intersección, incluyendo public alleys. Si lo quieren leer nada más así.
Also, number 3 says within 100 feet of an intersection, including public alleys.
Y también si quiere leerlo nada más así.
She would like me to read what's dictated on the paper. It says, operators of commercial vending vehicles shall not conduct the business of vending in any location for a period in excess of 10 minutes, and said vehicle must be moved a distance of not less than 100 feet between each successive location at which vending occurs.
Solamente quiero protección ahora para mi esposo porque se encontró con ese señor en la calle y el señor le empezó a hacer así. O sea,
I would just like protection for my husband because he ran into him in the street and he did hand signals to him.
y mi esposo se vino a quejar a la estación de policía.
And my husband came to make a complaint with the police department.
Muchas gracias a todos y de verdad es muy interesante venir aquí y algún día espero sentarme allá y escuchar todas las cosas buenas que tiene esta ciudad.
Thank you very much. And it was very interesting to come here and listen to everything. There's a lot going on. And one day I hope to sit there in the audience and listen and take in what everything that goes on in the city.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Ms. Lees, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Lees, and I want to thank Kim Hendricks for putting together the PowerPoint about Fairview Park Alliance. I am the president. And just as a matter of context, it was about 6 years ago that many of us, regardless of political party, just honest, hardworking Costa Mesans collected about 7,000 signatures because we wanted to preserve and restore Fairview Park and keep it as a nature park. And then we were successful. More than 70% of the voters in Costa Mesa agreed that we should keep Fairview Park as a nature park where people could enjoy. And so for some reason, there seems to be kind of a disconnect between Fairview Park Alliance and the city. And on Earth Day, I went out in the brisk wind, and it was a beautiful day, on the tour that the city had with the bus. I actually drove over there myself, and there was only one other person, and it was kind of cool, but we had a great just I learned some things about Fairview Park. And then I came back to City Hall and I saw all these booths. And I left and I thought, you know, Fairview Park Alliance was not invited to have a booth. And that kind of hurt my feelings. It hurt our feelings as a board because as David is out there, one of our loyal volunteers, we do recruit the volunteers to pull weeds, basically, for 2 hours once a month. And so I don't know what the problem is, but to not acknowledge us in the recreation guide and on the email that goes out from City Hall weekly, to not acknowledge us is just really, you know, this year we'll have lived in Costa Mesa 50 years. And we work hard. We continued the vision and the mission to preserve Fairview Park. And so I don't know if there's a problem. I'd like to know what the problem is. The other thing is, you know, I do respect all of you. I help some of you get elected, and I really am appreciative of the tenor, just the calmness that we have in our city council meetings, and I really thank you, council and Mr. Mayor. There is one suggestion, and you know, as a former school board member and city council member, I get a lot of calls from residents trying to figure out how to solve their problem in their neighborhood. I'm working with 3 people now, and they tell me that phone calls are not returned. And so if you get a phone call or get an email from a resident, I hope that you do return those calls. The mayor does call me back, though, I will say that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hola, buenas noches, Miguel Escolón Martínez, y parece.
Good afternoon, my name is Miguel Collins.
Tengo unas fechas apuntadas del enero 17 que he hablado con el capitán Báquela. He hablado.
Sorry. I have a few dates that were written down that I've spoken with Captain Bakla. Was January 17th.
He hablado con Janet Martínez. Creo que es Martínez, no sé su apellido, pero Janet, y fue también en febrero 3.
I've spoken also with Jeanette Martinez. I'm not sure if it's Martinez, but I spoke with her also on February 3rd.
También llevé con Roxy el Wednesday, febrero 16.
I've also spoken with Roxy Wednesday, February 16th.
He explicado con ellos el problema del frente a la troca porque yo estoy protegiendo la ciudad de mi familia.
I've spoken with them regarding the food truck incident because I'm protecting my city.
Porque ellos hicieron traspassing y se metieron en propiedad privada y parece que no han tomado consideración de eso.
Because they have trespassed and they're not considerate of that.
Ayer, mayo 3, a ver que no tengo la hora. Mayo, ¿cuándo fue? A las 5 ya. Ayer, mayo, a las 5:50 más o menos.
Yesterday, around 5:50 p.m. approximately.
Stereo Brothers de la Newport Boulevard.
The Stater Brothers on Newport Boulevard.
El señor taquero me hizo, ¿cómo se llama? Retante, ¿cómo se?
So the taco man threatened me.
Yo no tengo nada que ver con el problema que pasó ahí en la calle y no sé por qué ahora él quiere tener problemas conmigo. Yo estoy fuera de lo que pasó esa vez.
So I had no issue or involvement with the issue that happened on the street. So I don't know why he is coming up to me and involving me.
Por favor, me gustaría que alguien de ustedes me ayudara, ya sea aquí, el edificio de aquí o el departamento de policía, que me dé una solución, por favor.
I would like someone to help me here or from the police department give me a solution to the issue.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else? Do we have anybody on Zoom? Or do we have somebody else from the chambers that wishes to speak? Okay, we have somebody else from Chambers.
Good evening, guys, or good night. I don't know what to say, but I'm with the part of the crowd over there in the back talking about the truck thing that's in our neighborhood, which has just been giving us problems. And I'm upset. I have a child that's scared, and we need help. We really need help. Police doesn't do nothing. They wouldn't even give us a restraining order, and nothing. They won't even remove them, and it's scaring my 6-year-old. And I would like to get a restraining order against them, or please have them get removed from there, because my child doesn't even want to get up to go to school. My neighbor's daughter doesn't even want to go to school either because she's worried something's going to happen to her brother. It's not fair. You know, we just need somebody to support us and give us the help we need, because we don't do nothing to them. We don't look at them, but they do look at us, and they went to my job. And he went through my line, and he was just laughing. So he knew what he was going to do to him. And they're a peaceful family there. So we just want peace. We want somebody to please go out there and do something for us. We're asking that. We've gone to the city hall. We've made reports to the police. We just want somebody to please help us out and either remove them from there or give us a restraining order so we can be protected somehow. I just need help for the kids that are around there, because there's a lot of kids there. And they actually did go to our private property, and they beat up that young man that's right there. 3 people. The dad started it, and the daughter and the son, and the other son beat him up. He landed in the hospital, and I don't think that's fair. Fair for us to leave like that in a peaceful place. So I'm asking if you guys can help us out, because we can't sleep at night just to think they're going to come back and attack us for no reason. Because that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing. And that's not fair what they did to that man right there that worked so hard for his family. And he's the one that supports his family. It's not fair if he gets hurt. What is the wife going to do and his kids? We need help. We need somebody to please have him removed from there in peace. Please, if you guys can do that for us. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And the police chief's here. He's going to talk to you about all that. Okay, no one else in the chamber? Anybody else? And how about on Zoom? Do we have anybody that wants to participate in public comments on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have a couple speakers. The first is Hank Castanetti.
Mr. Castanetti, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm Hank Castanetti from the Orange County Model Engineers, and I'm here tonight with a heavy heart to announce the sudden passing of longtime club member and Costa Mesa icon, Gary Kimball. Gary was taken from us last week after being a dedicated member of OCME for 27 years. Born in Pennsylvania on March 9th, 1939, he spent time in San Bernardino before settling in Costa Mesa, where he lived in the same apartment on Merrimack for over 40 years. He cherished the city. He made loads of friends here. He worked locally, and he considered it his true home. As a young man, Gary enlisted in the U.S. Air Force and was stationed in Homestead, Florida, where he became an Air Force swim coach. He was good at it, and he brought his skills to swim teams in the Costa Mesa area, and was proud of the many students who became Olympic champions. He taught physical education and American history at Carden Christian School here in Costa Mesa, while coaching swim teams part-time and also earning a part-time degree in architecture from Cal State Fullerton. Gary's life passions were racing midget cars, coaching, and most of all, he and friends would chase trains all over the Mojave Desert, through Tehachapi and on to Bakersfield. He loved to sit at the outdoor cafe at Fullerton Station and watch the freight and passenger trains as they came and went throughout the day. To him, it was like being a kid on Christmas Day. Trains truly were his greatest passion. In addition to OCME, he was also a 25-year member of Delaware Pacific Railroad, a modular train club, which you may have seen at Winterfest. They had a huge operating G-scale layout in the hangar for a number of years, and last year built the outdoor operating trains at the Festival of Lights. Gary Kimball was larger than life, a true friend to everyone, and a mainstay of the Orange County Model Engineers, where his greatest joy was running birthday trains for the little ones. He collected their smiles and relished in their excitement they exuded on his train. Always the teacher, he patiently explained all the parts of the train, how they worked, and why they were there. Even as his hearing and eyesight deteriorated, he offered his wisdom to become the club's training coordinator. He ensured that all new members were thoroughly trained in the safe operation of the equipment and that no one, I mean no one, operated a train without his personal certification. His name was synonymous with safety, all for the kids. We hope to name a section of Goat Hill Junction Railroad in your honor, Gary, and we are grateful that the city will honor you here tonight. I know you will consider this to be your life's greatest honor. We will sorely miss you, my friend. Thank you.
Hank, that was a beautiful tribute. Thank you very much for doing that. Who else do we have on Zoom?
Carla Oldfather, please.
Ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and guests. My name is Carlia Oldfather, Director of Programs and Business Operations for Stand Up for Kids Orange County. We serve youth who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness between the ages of 12 and 24. And we have been doing so nationally since 1990 and here at our Orange County chapter since 2003. Our chapter headquarters are right here in Costa Mesa at El Camino Drive. Tonight, I wanted to share the importance of recognizing and addressing the current needs for preventive services for vulnerable populations in Costa Mesa, specifically students who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. We know that the number of students who are identified under the McKinney-Vento Act are usually undercounted. These are for various reasons, from children, youth, and families who try not to be identified because of the stigma that surrounds homelessness, to the strain and caseload that impacts school staff daily. We received numerous calls from the Newport Mesa School District seeking support for the McKinney-Vento identified students who are in need. And as such, I wanted to make sure I took the time tonight to bring this to your attention. My request to the City Council is that you consider funding additional support by engaging Stand Up for Kids to not only help identify these students in need so that we can serve them, but also to bring up programming and services directly to the schools in your district to prevent these students from becoming the future adults experiencing chronic homelessness that we see in our community today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment then, and we'll go on to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. And we have, the first is on Zoom, our council member on Zoom from District 2, council member Lauren Gameros. Council member Gameros?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no comments tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Now from District 6, Councilmember Jeffrey Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Costa Mesa. Just wanted to report that the mayor and I had a great time yesterday taping the Costa Mesa Now podcast, the third installment, and we were featuring Eastside Eateries. We had a great conversation with Jeff Chon of Tabu Shabu and Oak and Cole on 17th Street. And Mario Marovic, who is owner of the Lounge Group. He's got properties, Playa Mesa, Country Club, and why am I blanking on the third?
Wild Goose.
Wild Goose. How can I forget the Wild Goose? And so speaking of Eastside Eateries, I just wanted tonight to wish congratulations to 2 restaurants on the East Side that are celebrating anniversaries. The first is Eat Chow on 18th Street. It's their 10th anniversary, which is great accomplishment. And then the mainstay here in East Side on 17th, Mikasa, celebrating 50 years on Cinco de Mayo. So go celebrate with a margarita.
I'll do that. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Do you have anything else? Awesome. Great job. Okay, so now from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Oh, man. Okay. Good evening. There's a lot going on in this city. I've been doing a lot of makeup since taking a little trip to Europe last month. So I'll just try to share some highlights. First of all, I know, oh, he's out there. So the chief is following up on that food truck issue. I know that's something we've heard a bit about for a couple of months now, so I'm interested in hearing sort of how that gets resolved. And thank you to the last caller reminding us and sort of sharing the importance of stable housing for children. I think folks who are attending our meetings regularly know that housing affordability and housing stability is one of our highest priorities. Our first proclamation reminded me of a meeting I attended with the OC Human Relations team, and I just wanted to share an update because I think they'll be sending some stuff out to cities soon. OC Human Relations has been working on a campaign to combat the unfortunate rise in hate crimes in Orange County, and the AAPI community has been one of the sort of biggest victims of that rise in hate crime. So they're going to have a campaign and ask the cities to engage, and I know we certainly will. And I'm really proud of the values that we adopted earlier this year or last year around compassion and inclusion, and really support the work we continue to do to bring our community together and really celebrate the diversity here in Costa Mesa. Okay, good news. A couple ribbon cuttings I was able to attend in the last couple of weeks. The new Coffee Dose over on the east side, and just this weekend, the 1-year anniversary of the Empanada Maker. Just want to thank the Chamber of Commerce. They're a very small but mighty team, and I really appreciate the work they do to get community together and celebrate local businesses in Costa Mesa. I asked, at both of those ribbon cuttings, I asked the owners if they were interested in having bike racks in front of their properties. They said, absolutely yes. So I know we have a big bank of bike racks. One of the things I talked to the Empanada company about is they said that their workers actually ride their bikes to work, and usually these bike racks are behind the buildings in the dark. And they said, it would be great to have a bike rack out front because their workers, when they're closing the kitchen late at night, are afraid to go back behind the buildings and get their bikes. So another positive benefit of visible bike racks in the city. I want to thank the mayor and Chief of Staff Alex Gonzalez for putting together a letter in support of another funding request for Banning Ranch. 2 months away from hopefully closing this incredible real estate deal, and a couple of us will be speaking this week in support of additional state funding for the acquisition of Banning Ranch. Again, this is almost 400 acres adjacent to our city that could become parkland accessible to our residents, so a huge opportunity. And thank you, Alex and Mayor, for signing that letter on behalf of our council. Thank you to staff who've continued to be very busy in the last week. The pedestrian master plan and the Arbor Day were really fun events that continue to push forward issues that I know we all care about very much. I appreciated all the presentations today and just wanted to pause for a moment and acknowledge our community organizations who really do a lot of work for us, bringing new ideas, bringing energy, volunteering at events. One of our speakers spoke about helping the city get grants and helping with community outreach, and more in every webinar I go to talks about how a lot of state grants really require that community outreach, community engagement, ideas coming from community and really demonstrating that the community wants this. So our community organizations, CMABS, of course, that's here, the Fairview Park Alliance team that left, really, really valuable and critical to the work we're doing in Costa Mesa. So I wanted to express my appreciation for that. Tomorrow and next week, Wednesday, is Bike to School Day. I think everyone has schedules now for those events. I plan to participate. I hope everyone can. That's always a really fun way to start the day with our students. And I want to thank Hank Cassignetti for sharing some notes on Gary Kimball. My father, after he retired, became a member of OCME and became very good friends with Gary Kimball. So I appreciated hearing some more about him, and I'll ask that the mayor, if we can end the meeting in honor of Gary Kimball. I forget how many years, but Costa Mesa resident, U.S. Air Force veteran, and 27-year OCME member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now from Councilmember Chavez from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for joining us today. Real quick, we also want to commend our police chief for addressing the concerns of the residents that spoke today on East Bay Street. Just want to reiterate that enforcement is a really important thing for us, and patrolling is really important because a lot of times when folks see a police officer on the street, they're more inclined to not do disruptive things like harass residents. But really, I come today with 5 resident requests and one little quick update. So I'll begin with a quick update. I had the joy of attending our Tree USA event last Friday alongside Mayor Stevens, Councilman Reynolds, and our chairs of PAX committee, Cash Rutherford. We had a great time planting trees with our staff. A lot of folks from staff went there, including Mr. Seth Rahman. And we planted some trees and had some fun. Because again, the more trees you have, the better your community is. But now to the 5 requests. So I'll take them in order that I received them. The first is from Shalimar Street. So I did have a chance to talk to some residents on Shalimar Street this past weekend. And one of the things I kept hearing from them is that they do want to see parking return to the street. So a lot of them have been having to park outside of their cul-de-sac. And while I know we're moving forward with the park expansion, I do want to be mindful that residents do have the ultimate say in our city of Costa Mesa, and they're kind of mentioning that they want to see parking return back to Shalimar Drive. They're having issues with parking, and I think as we look at today's meeting, a general holistic approach on our parking permits, let's also keep in mind that there's some streets where we have artificially reduced parking for prior events that may no longer be relevant. Second is regarding rent relief. So I talked to City Manager Phil Harrison after last week's CIP meeting, asking if there's any way we can get more funding and more dedicated funding for rent relief in residents in District 4 and 5 in particular who don't know where to have access to those residents. I was informed that we do have funds available for rent relief, which raises my concern that we're not reaching the right people. So hopefully City Manager Price can give us an update on what we can do to make sure the right folks hear the right message regarding rent relief. Second, I got a request from a resident to talk about the dog park. As you guys may know, we have a lot of issues with grass not growing at the dog park. And one suggestion they had, which I'm not sure the merit of it, but just throw it out there to staff, is planting white clovers. Apparently these plants like being trampled on and grow better when trampled on. So seeing how we have dogs that tear up turf, maybe that might be an option to go. Again, not sure if it's good or not, but worth a shot. Another resident reached out to me regarding an assembly bill, 2439, which is authored and designed to promote creating DMVs as sites for affordable housing. One thing I've always mentioned about rent relief is that that's just one piece of the cog to address the real issue, which is a lack of housing in Costa Mesa. And as you guys know, and I'm always mentioning this when I bring up housing in Costa Mesa, is folks want housing, they just don't want to be displaced, right? People want to know there's more homes for their kids to move out, for their children to live in eventually. They just don't want to be displaced. And looking at the DMV property, I know right now the big concern in my district is how ugly the fence looks. And as we wait for the state to hopefully address that issue, I want to bring to my council's attention that perhaps we should look into creating housing there as well. I know across the street we're creating more housing for senior folks. Why not make a corridor of housing? Because that not only does that make more housing, but it creates more ability to have more walkable and bikeable streets with more folks walking in that area. So I just want to bring that to council's attention, hopefully bring that back to discussion. And finally, I do have some hard way to end this. So I was reached out by a resident that attended Costa High School because one of their classmates, Julian Collins Zuniga, passed away recently due to fentanyl. So she was using drugs that were not bought legally and contained fentanyl, and she passed away last night. So Mayor Stevens, if you can please end the meeting in honor of Jillian Collins Zuniga, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. From District 3, Mayor Pro Tem Andrea Marr.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't. Councilmember Harlan go? No?
He went already.
Why do I not
Remember he
this?
talked about the podcast and,
Oh, yeah.
and Mikasa.
Seems like a really long time ago. Okay. Yeah, you did. Thanks.
He made a big impression on you, apparently.
Clearly. Yeah, Mr. Castagnetti, thank you so much for talking about Mr. Kimball. I only knew him from my interactions with him at the senior center, but I'm really sad to hear about that. I just wanted to report out, I attended the League of California Cities, which I guess is now called Cal Cities, public safety meeting along with Chief Stefano. It was a pretty fascinating discussion for most of the meeting about cannabis and about the extent to which cities are legalizing dispensaries specifically. There is a bill that will likely make it out of committee, sort of forcing all cities to have some manner of delivery. And the level of ignorance from a number of cities about like the sort of scary boogeyman that like might befall their cities if they dared allow any of it in was really actually kind of fascinating. So there were a number of us on the call who said like, look, we're going through this process right now. I'm sure we can share some best practices based on the last year and a half. We don't have any dispensaries legalized right now, but our constituents overwhelmingly favored it, so that's the road that we are going down. I think a lot of debate, part of the presentation from staff was about the financial benefit. I think some of that still remains to be seen, certainly in our city, but it was really interesting. I hadn't realized how many Northern California cities in particular had just outright banned talk of cannabis in their city forever. So, Miss Lee, I apologize in advance. You might get folks reaching out to you as a result of that conversation. I also went on, I guess, my third or fourth ride along with PD since I've been elected. I always learn something. It's just a fascinating way to see the city. P.S. A lot of people don't know this, but members of the public can also do a ride along if that's something that's of interest to you. It gives you a completely different perspective about certainly what our public safety personnel deal with, but then also, there's always some part of town that I didn't know existed or some street I hadn't been down. So just a good way to see Costa Mesa. I want to say thank you to staff for the capital improvement project study session last week. I think that was just, that was really exciting for me personally. If you were there, you saw my enthusiasm. But for the public that didn't watch that, just a true focus on active transportation, parks and park accessibility, sustainability, and then maintaining public safety facilities. So including, training for firefighters, range for PD, just a number of things that we need to do in order to maintain city services. So, if budgets are where we demonstrate our values, and we're talking about active transportation, parks, and maintaining public safety, I think we're doing pretty good. And last but not least, it is Public Service Week. So this is a week to honor all of those who have decided to deal with city council members like us for their entire career. So it takes a special breed of person to want to do this. Assistant city manager's not making eye contact right now. Yeah. It takes a special breed of person to want to do this, to dedicate your Tuesday nights to hanging out with the seven of us, to being responsive to the public, to understanding that you have 7 bosses up here, but also 120,000 bosses out in the community, to deal with councils that go from being super pro-public safety to super anti-public safety, from, the whiplash that they get every 4 years or so as councils change has got to be just something kind of bizarre to experience as a matter of your career. So thank you for all you do, for all you put up with, and for the dedication. Truly appreciated.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I was also going to mention Public Service Recognition Week. That's May 1st through the 7th, so we're right in the middle of it. Thank you to everybody who's in public service, including the City Council, by the way. City Council, planning commissioners, all the people that are on our committee. I consider that all public service. People that are on the Fairview Park Alliance and CMABs, that's all public service. And so I appreciate everybody. And then, of course, the staff, anywhere from public safety to public works to parks to, I don't want to leave anybody out, finance, traffic, active transportation. I'm just looking around the room and picking you off. Our city management and really our homelessness effort. It's just unbelievable. Again, the people that are involved in public service, particularly during the last couple of years when we were needed most. Oh, and information, Chief Information Officer there, Tony Dodaro. Thank you for all you do, really. And the Mayor Pro Tem is right. You could have picked a lot of ways you're all very talented, and you could have picked a lot of other ways. City Clerk, I forgot City Clerk, I didn't forget you, but you know what I'm saying? And you could have picked a lot of ways to have your career. You're very talented. You probably could have made a lot more money doing something else, but you're doing this, and I hope you get some satisfaction. IT, Steve, I got you back there. Shout out to Steve Ely. Just thank you to everybody. Okay, enough of that. City attorney, but you make plenty of money, city attorney. So it's like I don't know what we're. No, she's my sister-in-law, right? Not really my sister-in-law, but she is my sister lawyer. So anyway, I'm sad to say, and we're going to also adjourn the meeting for Joanne Taylor. Joanne was a volunteer with the Costa Mesa Police Department for 30 years. And she did things such as traffic safety and property and evidence support. But she's also a personal friend of mine. Joanne's granddaughter, Crystal, went all the way through school with my son, Tommy. And they went to a lot, when they were little, we would go to birthday parties. You know, Crystal would come to Tommy's birthday party. Tommy would go to Crystal's birthday party. And wherever we were, I spent usually most of the party talking to Joanne. She was lovely, a lovely person, and we're going to miss her. So I have just a few other kind of quick hitting things. Regarding Earth Day, I thought it was spectacular. I thought it was great. I'm sorry about the Fairview Park Alliance. I'm sure no disrespect was meant, certainly not on behalf of the council and I'm sure staff, but they did a really remarkable job, and we could always improve. That was our first one. We can always improve, but that was so Instagrammable, that huge Earth, that whoever came up with that was a genius. Thank you in particular to Salem Afaworki for the work that she did, and Monique Villasenor, Raja, your team, Jason Minter and his team, and the green team. We have a green team in the city of Costa Mesa, and it's people from all throughout the departments who are dedicated to come together in public service with their own talents and try to help us become more sustainable and environmentally resilient, which is one of our 5 goals. And then we had Arbor Day. And Councilmember Chavez mentioned this. It was really fun to go out and plant a tree. I learned about planting a tree and how the bulb of the root ball has to be above the ground. And it was very educational. And we had our arborists, Jim Ortiz and Valente Martinez, out there. We have in the city, we're a tree city, as most of you know. We have 3 arborists. Very few cities have 3 arborists. We're very fortunate to have that. Those arborists take care of, with the maintenance staff and their staff, 23,872 trees on public land in the city of Costa Mesa. That's a huge responsibility. And of course, there's a lot of trees on private land. And the estimate by Jim Ortiz was anywhere from, in the city of Costa Mesa, we have anywhere from 75 to 100,000 trees. And we're planning more, and we need more. I went to the Orange County Marathon, and I said a few words to the people that were doing the marathon and the half marathon. If anybody saw my social media posts, it should be clear, but I did not run in either the marathon or the half marathon. There were people that were congratulating me, and I'm like, dudes, have you seen me since the pandemic? I'm not even in shape to run a 5K, but there are many that did. Connor Locke, our old friend Connor Locke, ran the half marathon. And so it was fun to see him there, and it was really good. And then on Thursday, we're going to myself and the chiefs, fire and police, are going to the Interfaith Prayers Breakfast of Newport Beach in Irvine over at the Mormon Temple on Bison over there. So we'll say a prayer for the city of Costa Mesa and for all the cities that are covered by that. And then regarding the ducks, there's been, of course, we had the tragedy with ducks being shot with pellets and killed at Tewinkle Park. And we're all very, very saddened about that. I'm not at liberty to tell people what we're doing. I just want to reassure people that we take this very seriously, and that our police department is working very hard to catch the culprits and to make sure that that does not happen again. And so that's really all I can say, because I don't want to compromise the work that they're doing. But know that this is a priority for the council, and it's a priority for the city of Costa Mesa. That's all I have. Now we would normally go to the city manager's report, but filling in for Miss Lorianne Farrell Harrison is our assistant city manager, Susan Price. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you from this side of the dais. Just a few quick remarks that I wanted to make. Certainly, as we listen to public comment and talking to our stakeholders that come into the council meetings each and every Tuesday, we take in the information and we incorporate it into the work that we're doing each and every day in the city. So we appreciate people coming to our council meetings, providing feedback. It's really important for the work that we do. With regards to rent relief, and I want to make a quick comment in response to Councilmember Chavez bringing that forward. We have heard public comment from folks that are not aware. The council over the course of the last year and a half has allocated over $800,000 to eviction prevention and rental relief during the COVID pandemic. I'm here to report that we have a little over $250,000 remaining in that funding source, and our two nonprofits that are, and I can provide the numbers now, but what we are working on is translating this information into Spanish and doing some very targeted outreach to communities that clearly are not receiving the information in online or social media formats. And so SPIN, Serving People in Need, is one of our providers, and their phone number is 714-751-1101. And the second one is Families Forward. Both of these providers have been serving families in Costa Mesa for many, many years, have a tremendous amount of experience, and are able to assist households with up to $6,000 in rent arrears per household if it's related to the COVID pandemic. And most everything that we've been experiencing over the course of the last 2 years in economic shortfalls in households can be frequently attributed to the COVID pandemic. And so Families Forward number to contact them is 949-552-2727. We will make sure to have those information flyers transferred into Spanish language. We can have them here at the council meeting and in other targeted areas, as I just mentioned. So definitely want to make sure that everyone who's eligible for the resources is able to receive the assistance that they need. We know that the housing crisis is also of paramount importance, and so we have other programs for rental assistance for folks that maybe need to downsize from a larger apartment to a smaller apartment based on economic need, and we can assist folks that have situations of that magnitude. As was mentioned earlier, I just want to make a comment that financial assistance is only one piece of it, in that when we work with our nonprofit partners, they're frequently assisting people with working with local businesses to regain employment, reestablish the income that they need to sustain the apartment and provide supportive services to the entire household. And so we look forward to making sure that we are reaching everyone in our community who's finding themselves within a housing crisis. I know that we've talked quite a bit about Earth Day, and I just want to kind of cue up special thank you, obviously, to all of the teams that worked on and attended the Earth Day Festival on Friday, April 22nd. It was a huge success, and we're looking forward to, oh, the video's starting without me. and those beautiful children that joined us from the Childhood Leap Explore program, Parks and Rec. It was great to see them all there in their T-shirts. And to watch folks pedaling bicycles and creating 300 smoothies for us. I had actually never seen anything like that before, so I was certainly thankful that we were making smoothies with bicycles on the day of that event. I want to thank Mesa Water District, Costa Mesa Sanitary District, the OC Recovery Kitchen, who will be hopefully working closely with us in Bracken's Kitchen at the Airway Shelter, IKEA, fantastic partner of the city, and then Tesla, and so many more. Want to mention finally that we have created a survey for our community to get your feedback and ideas for how we can do better next time. Please take the survey by texting Hello Earth Day to 714-759-5567. And please, Tony Dodero, cue up this short video highlighting the day's events and happy Public Services Day, week, month. Thank you.
Live on Earth. Some of you may know we've got 5 goals that the City Council set, and one of them is environmental sustainability and resilience. Thank you. City Attorney, Okay. City Attorney Barlow, do you have a report?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't possibly top that.
Good. Way to go, way to go. Okay, so we're all the way to the consent calendar. So the consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be acted upon on one motion and there'll be no separate discussion unless the items are pulled by either the council or the public or the staff. And so we have 2 items that have been pulled by the public, item number 5 and 6. So I'll entertain a motion on the balance. Okay, I guess just say it.
Move the balance.
Councilmember Chavez is moving the balance, seconded by Councilmember Harlan. Let's call for the question.
I think we need to do a voice roll call vote.
Okay, because of Lauren. Okay, that's all good.
Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Harlan.
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. And as we go through, Councilmember Gameros, just get my attention, just yell mayor or something like that if you'd like to speak, because we're on discussion mode and I want to make sure that you get a chance to talk. So let's do then number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is Wilson Street Improvement Project, City Project Number 22-01. And this was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay.
Report first.
So, Mr. Seth Rahman, this was pulled by the member of the public. Do you want to do like a brief, like a couple-minute presentation and then open it up to public comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we can tee up a quick presentation. Mr. Sangyang, our city engineer, can start that.
Okay. And by the way, there may be there's another comment that was made, another member of the public pulled the item, but the thrust of the email of somebody who pulled the item before that I read was they wanted this item to be considered by the Bikeway, or I guess it's the Active Transportation Committee now. And so in your presentation, one of the things that would be good to cover is, would there be any harm in doing that? In other words, is there any timing issues that would cause the city a problem if we took a pause and ran it by the Active Transportation Committee?
Mr. Mayor, let me address that quickly.
Okay.
One of the funding sources for this is CDBG. And we do have a funding commitment, funding deadline that we want to meet. We need to be expending so much funds before a certain time, and we are in that time crunch on that one. With respect to the comments, this plans were available upon request by any member of the committee, and it was reviewed by one member of the committee, actually in good detail, and you might hear about that. We were able to accommodate as much as possible in terms of bike infrastructure because of the limited width of Wilson Street. So we kind of went to the limit we can. There may be some minor adjustments here or there that we could entertain, and that can happen even down the road.
I get it.
So with that, Mr. Yang can take up.
What's the deadline?
I need to check on that. I think from my understanding, we are already past the deadline, but they give us a grace period to still be in compliance.
So we're in extra time, as they say in football or soccer.
That's my understanding.
Okay. I'm sorry, you have the floor, but really, I mean, it's a consent calendar item, so hit the high points.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable members of the City Council. Good evening. My name is Sung Yang, your city engineer. So with pleasure, I'd like to introduce this consent item, which is the Wilson Street Improvement Project, which is City Project number 22-01. This is essentially a road rehabilitation program project in which, in terms of the scope of work, we're looking at new siding, striping, traffic calming improvements along Wilson Street, with the limits from Newport Boulevard to Placentia Avenue. Some of the amenities that we're talking about is a new crosswalk and hawk signal in front of Wilson Park, and also new bulb outs at select intersections between Fordham Drive and Fairview Road. The positive impacts that this project will engender will include new pavement that will benefit all modes and also encourage slower vehicular speeds along Wilson Street. It will also enhance pedestrian crossings and active transportation elements along Wilson Street as well. So in terms of this project, the staff recommends to award the lowest responsible bidder, which happens to be All American Asphalt. The bid amount was $1,795,390.50. It includes the base bid and 2 additive bids. The project timeline is for 50 working days. So once again, the contract amount is a little over $1.7 million. The funding will be engendered from the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds, as Mr. Setharaman has mentioned, gas tax, and also the Capital Improvement Fund. So I'll defer to Mr. Breda Tencio Thomas to talk about some of the striping issues here on this project.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, as you mentioned, since this is a consent item. As was mentioned, this is part of a larger funding project, part of a capital improvement program, and really this is a pavement rehabilitation project. And as part of that pavement rehabilitation, we've added significant improvements to the bicycle infrastructure along the corridor. Although that does exist along the corridor right now, it's not a very low-stress facility. Some of the things added, such as paint in the conflict zones, bike boxes, limited bulb outs, and the hawk signal at the intersection, which is, again, a rapid flashing beacon like we discussed last week, are really valuable to folks walking and bicycling. And again, we can entertain any questions on specific aspects of the infrastructure, but again, it takes a corridor and kind of expands the walkability and bikeability of that corridor via a pavement rehabilitation project. And as mentioned by Mr. Setharaman, there are limitations of what we can do under a pavement rehabilitation project. And further enhancements can happen further down the road via prioritization or other CIP projects. I'll hand it back to Mr.
Mr. Mayor, just want to add a little bit more to this one. We coordinated this project with Mesa Water. As you might have known, Wilson Street was under construction when they replaced a water main line under Wilson Street. So we timed it such that we follow them. So they just finished the project and we are following up on their project. And it's important that we want to get this project done before school starts and after the summer break, so that way the street is good for children again when they come back to school. With that, if you have any other questions, we are able to answer.
Yes.
Let's see if the council has any other questions. Council, any questions? Councilmember Reynolds?
If I could just do a quick confirmation of my understanding, because we talked about sort of the other side of Wilson during the CIP meeting last week. So this project is for Wilson from Placentia going east to Newport Boulevard. You mentioned last week that there's a plan in place, and I think it's through this current year or next year CDBG funding for Wilson to Pacific, correct?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds, that's correct.
Great,
As part of the next year budget that you will be taking action in June, that's the plan for the next year.
Great. And then in between those two things, coming up possibly as early as this summer, we have Placentia. So I know one topic of conversation has been the Wilson-Placentia intersection, and it's exciting to hear that if my understanding is correct, that in the next 12 months, sort of all angles of that intersection will be addressed through different CIP projects, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other council members have any questions? All right, let's open up to public comment. Okay. Same limit of 3 minutes, as you all know. So are you doing Mark, are you doing a presentation?
I am, and I also don't know where the clicker went.
Why don't we go, okay, should we go to Flow?
Feel free to go to.
I'll go to Flow, and then you guys can get your stuff together on that. So, okay, Flo, you start and go ahead and push the button, and we'll be off to the races.
Thank you. Reading from the New York Times article yesterday, there has been an epidemic of speeding and reckless driving around the country during the pandemic, as drivers have become emboldened by emptier roads and lax police enforcement, according to transportation experts. The Costa Mesa PD responded to a homemade sign that I put up on Fair Drive about a year ago, slow down. They posted several motor cops for a 2-hour period, and they told me that they ticketed 18 drivers. One of the drivers was clocked on Fair Drive doing 74 miles an hour in a 40-mile zone. As for Wilson, I walked Wilson yesterday. I walk Wilson a lot, and the speed indicator was not functioning. I called maintenance when I got home, and thankfully today the speed indicator has been repaired, according to what my husband told me. The current posted speed limit on Wilson from Harbor to Newport is 35 miles an hour. Many drivers ignore that limit. According to the local road safety plan, speeding drivers are the primary cause of crashes in Costa Mesa. The Costa Mesa PD is understaffed. There are not enough patrol officers issuing speeding citations. Drivers control our streets. Wilson Street is no exceptions. Drivers are in control. I see that whenever I'm on that street. Adding green sharrows that indicate cyclists may use the traffic lane as proposed in this plan would be literally adding insult to injury. Please send this plan back to the drawing board. I would prefer eliminating the middle turn lane and adding a two-way bike lane along the north side of Wilson between Harbor and Newport. Let's really make Wilson Street an improvement project. Let's redesign this street. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I'm really sharing this PowerPoint, which David did most of the work on, and just going to help him be as precise. And so first and foremost, I want to acknowledge staff on this project. We know without the work that staff has done that this would just be a normal auto-centric slurry seal, and we know the dedication and hours put in. So please take all of the following item and pulling this item and the following suggestions as helpful feedback and not tearing down all the work that's been done. We want this project to be the best that it can be. So I'm going to be talking about these projects from east to west. Placentia is on track to be a really important bike thoroughfare, and I was actually very pleased with the words that were spoken earlier. But I think right here, I think there's potential for a bike box and maybe even a Dutch junction to protect the intersection. This is a really important thoroughfare, like I said, for kids getting to school, kids getting to the Wilson Learning Center. And you can see here, two of the plans for the actual, for the actual Wilson and our suggested routes to school over here. And so I think that's an area of opportunity of having a bike box at the Placentia and Wilson intersection there. This is Pamela Lane on this little cul-de-sac. It may be outside of the scope, but I still think it may be worth potentially having a sidewalk as opposed to just a little dirt patch to connect the mobility issues there, so that people with different mobility issues can actually have a sidewalk to go from Wilson to the cul-de-sac and make a better pedestrian network as a whole. On this line, we would love to just see and at the very least understand why there's not the painted bulb outs that there are. I'm going to show you on the next slide at the corners of Wallace Avenue and Raleigh Avenue, and that's just like adding the paint that you see here. So if you see those little stripe areas at Pomona, those little like bulb outs, we just kind of want to understand why those aren't at the previous areas, because I think that's like an easy win for us to make those areas safer. Here, I think this is the biggest suggestion, and David, I think, is going to hammer home on this, is that, we worked really hard and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the pedestrian master plan, and these are kind of screenshots that David pulled from the pedestrian master plan that said, at the intersections here, we want to have marked crosswalks. And I think that's something that we want to see, and that recommendation makes sense. Yes. And then on this last slide, same thing. Pulled these two screenshots here from Midwalk Crossing and Rapid Rectangular Flashing Beacon are pulled straight from the pedestrian master plan. And we think it makes a lot of sense to have a mid-block crossing here between Maple and Minor, just like the plan suggests. Yeah, and I think that those are the suggestions that I have in this part of the slide. David's going to continue with the kind of rest of Wilson. Thank you. I think it's a different PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's your district. All right.
All right. So thank you, Mark, for quickly going through all of those first ones. And now we get to Wilson and Harbor, where we've just kind of given up at the intersection. It would be really nice to be able to actually get to the intersection at Wilson and Harbor in a bike lane. I think the quote is from the active transportation plan, actually, that says that a Class 3 facility is less desirable than just a Class 2 facility, which could have been continued up to Harbor Boulevard. Speaking of Class 2 and Class 3s, the active transportation plan does call for a Class 2 facility. I think it would be nice just to have a determination or some statement that says that we are not following our own active transportation plan, just a statement that says, here's why, we'll do it in the future, or we are amending the active transportation plan. And you can also see on the right side of that plan, after center, the Sharrow moves from the right lane to the left lane, and that feels a bit dangerous to me. I don't know if I would be encouraged to be biking in that street. Wilson is not a particularly safe street. But there is good news. We are planning for a crosswalk at Wilson and Fordham that was identified in the pedestrian master plan and in the complete street safety assessment. That's great news. The people who are south of Wilson can actually get over to College Park and Wilson Park. We will work on getting those kids who are south of Victoria soon. At Wilson and Colgate, we have a curb cut. You can see that in the picture, but we don't have a plan for a crosswalk. I think it would be nice to just address this, maybe say we're going to either get rid of the curb cut or maybe add in another mid-block crossing. That would be great. Future planning. Wilson and Fairview have, Fairview is going to have a lot of active transportation improvements. Hopefully we can do a lot better intersection. That's English. A better intersection there so that we can improve it in the future. And Wilson and Newport, the slip lane there is terrible and I hate it and it's probably going to kill me. And the complete street safety assessment has identified the north side of that intersection as needing another crosswalk. And finally, we could have told you all of this at the Active Transportation Committee meeting. We've had these plans for a month now, but the Active Transportation Committee has not seen these plans. It would have been really nice if the whole committee had the chance to comment on these plans. We have a meeting tomorrow. You could send them over to us. We could give our comments as part of the Active Transportation staff report. It'd be very nice just to get us involved, especially since we were appointed by you to talk about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huffman, good to see you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's kind of nice. I don't have to say my name at first. You already know it. So. It's nice to be back in person to the city council meetings, although I can hear better when I listen at home. Anyway, excuse me if I've missed anything. The Wilson Street improvements are a wonderful example of the newest types of bikeway and roadway designs to make a street more friendly to bikes and other types of active transportation. I haven't had a chance to review the plans in detail like David just did, but my first glance is that it looks very good. But I would suggest that in the future, the plans be presented to the Active Transportation Committee for comment prior to council approval so we can promote the good work and make suggestions. The detailed analysis by some of the people on the Transportation Committee, I mean on the Active Transportation Committee, are really quite detailed and they really deep dive into it and they have some great ideas. But at the consent item process, it's way too late to be making all these suggestions. You know, it's going to bid. So I really strongly suggest that we get these sorts of things much sooner so that if the department likes our suggestions and takes them to heart, they can be instituted. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comments. So is there anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a couple of comments. The first is Jennifer Tanaka.
Ms. Tanaka, you have the floor.
Hello, members of council and staff. This is Jen Tanaka. I'm also with the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. I just wanted to say how much I actually really like the Wilson Street plans. Everything that I've seen in it, I mean, you've heard my colleagues, talk about some specific comments here and there, but honestly, it's a massive improvement over what presently exists on Wilson Street. I mean, just recently in the last day or two, there was a rollover crash on Wilson. And so it's wonderful to see the council and staff being so proactive and then also incorporating a lot of active transportation elements, which honestly will help slow down traffic on the street. So that's wonderful. I also wanted to just thank you guys for being responsive. I know that this is probably, something that you guys have already been planning for, but I did write a letter in August of 2021 asking specifically to pair a Wilson Street improvement that would align with the ATP with the Mesa Water program or project. So I just want to circle back to that letter and say thank you for doing that. It's a wonderful, strong towns principle to, when you're going to be making changes to the street or doing a rehabilitation project anyway, to take that opportunity to take comments from the public and to address their needs in the most efficient way possible. And it really does sound like you've done that. I'll echo comments that have already been made, which is that, there've already been a lot of really great plans that have been developed by our consultants, our active transportation plan, obviously, but also the pedestrian master plan and the road safety plan. There's now so many plans that synthesizing those into what the community really needs now or first, and emphasizing what is important is difficult. And I think that is something that the active transportation committee could really help with to help make these trade-off decisions. So again, thank you so much to staff and to council's attention to this. I'm really looking forward to seeing this project finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cynthia McDonald.
Ms. McDonald,
Good evening. I'm excited to see something being done on Wilson Street because it has needed attention for some time. As some of you know, the Active Transportation Committee has been concerned about the section between Fairview and Harbor, not only from a bikeability standpoint, but also from the point of view of the pedestrians, including kids who have to cross Wilson to get to College Park School. The green conflict zones, the new crosswalk, the pedestrian refuge island, and the proposed bulb outs along the rest of the street will enhance safety. I am concerned, however, about the bike route and in particular, the stretch previously mentioned. On the map of proposed bike facilities in the active transportation plan, that portion of Wilson is already a Class 3 bike lane. But what is proposed in the ATP is a Class 2 bike lane that would connect with the existing Class 2 lane that begins at Maple Street and continues west to Placentia. Why would we change this? The reason is that Wilson Street is also a bus route. While cyclists want parity with other vehicles, the simple truth is that when there is a conflict between a cyclist and a bus, the cyclist is unlikely to win, resulting in disaster. We want to encourage bus ridership, so we want to keep the bus line, but the existing Class 3 lane isn't being used, as it is considered by many, including myself, as too dangerous to ride a bike in this on the section of Wilson. Typically, Class 3 lanes are installed on streets where the traffic volume is low. Wilson's traffic volume is not low. Extending that Class 3 lane so it goes almost all the way to Maple Street isn't going to make things better. That's why it was designated to receive a Class 2 lane. A Class 2 lane would separate the cyclists from motor vehicle traffic and prevent frustration on the part of drivers when they encounter a slower bike in the lane. The average cyclist only goes about 15 miles an hour. while there is a lane when narrowing and bulb outs to attempt to slow motor vehicles.
Ms. McDonald, you cut off?
I think she was about 38 seconds from being cut off, but she cut herself off. Is there
No,
anybody-
I think I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here? Hold on. You came back. Are we pausing our time? Okay. We can't hear you though, Cynthia, if you're speaking.
Just goes in and out. We have her on unmuted.
All right. Anyway, well, you made tons of good points. So thank you for that. So is anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close public comment. Before I ask for a motion, I just have a couple of quick questions. Others might too. There were obviously a lot of comments. I'm sure you took good notes and you can listen. Mr. Sethuraman, were there any comments that were made suggesting improvements that you think would expand the scope of the work to affect the bid that we would be approving if we approve this item, which would then preclude us from adding little things and like a crosswalk here, a sidewalk there,
Mr. Mayor, there are couple items that were mentioned that, when we looked at the presentation from Mr. Martinez, we noted that a couple of items were mentioned that could be part of an immediate upcoming project, which is Placentia at Wilson. He was asking for a bike box, and that could be part of that project, which is almost the same timeline. And there was a request for a crosswalk connection from a cul-de-sac to Wilson. That could be part of our sidewalk, missing sidewalk project too. So those can be added as part of separate projects. There were many other items mentioned. For example, taking away the center turn lane on Wilson Street, we don't recommend that due to the number of homes that are fronting Wilson Street, the number of other streets that are actually on Wilson Street that use the turn lane to access. It would be, given the number of traffic numbers on Wilson Street, we don't recommend that. And there was a request for a crosswalk at Pomona and Wilson. And, we don't want to design on the fly, but a quick look at it, it needs right-of-way because we have to provide ADA access. We have to, it's not just marking a crosswalk paint. When we add a crosswalk, we need to modify the traffic signal. We have to modify the corners to accept the crosswalk, to widen the curb ramps. And we don't have the right-of-way to do that at this point. So that could be a future project that we can look into. But I think there are a couple of things that can be done. But again, as I mentioned, it'll be part of our other projects.
Okay. In that case, unless any other council members wish to make a comment, Councilmember Reynolds wanted to make the motion. So Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to move to approve staff recommendation with this project, but of course, as you always do, continue to look for opportunities to roll in the recommendations that you've heard tonight and will, I'm sure, hear more of in the future.
I'll second. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak further to the motion?
Yes. Yeah, if you know, I have lots of notes. Mr. Sethuraman knows I texted him over the weekend about this project because there were many reasons that I'm really excited about this project. I do absolutely appreciate the continued feedback from the Active Transportation Committee members, and I think we've heard both recommendations that can be implemented, but also some of the inherent challenges that we're going to have because of the way our city has been built, because of the sort of car-centered approach to road design over the last 5 decades or so. But I think this is a really good step for a number of reasons. A couple of reasons I'm excited. One, you guys are doing exactly what we're asking you to do, is take rehab projects and maximize opportunity to implement active transportation infrastructure. This street needs it. Thank you for doing that. Two, one of the reasons I was particularly excited is that many of the designs in this project are a direct result of some of the walk audits that community members and active transportation committee members have done. I remember walking that street with the tape measure and stopping cars and running into the street and saying, okay, like this is a place that has enough space for a crosswalk or bulb outs. And so it's really exciting to go from the space and the conceptual design and some quick measurements to seeing the drawings on paper. So I'm really excited about that. But perhaps most importantly, because I do believe that this project it designed will be a huge step in improving safety and comfort in both walking and bike riding on Wilson. We've done a bike safety event on Wilson. That was the first time I met our new active transportation coordinator. We talked through some ideas there. Wilson Elementary School, the principal there is really excited about getting kids to walk and bike. They're engaged in a bike rodeo for Love Costa Mesa Day. They want this kind of behavior, and so this is a project that will give them some of that infrastructure paired with the Placentia project that's coming this summer. I just wanted to, and when I talk with neighbors, this is a project that affects District 3, District 4, District 5. When I've talked with neighbors on the District 5 stretch of Wilson, Wilson's been a huge challenge because it is scary to cross. Cars are moving very fast, and that's created a barrier for families that live south of Wilson to get to Wilson Park. So that crosswalk in particular, I know will be transformational for families that live on the south side of Wilson. And so that's perhaps the reason I'm most excited. I did click the link and pull up the construction diagrams and flip through, and I was like, I was excited to see the first bulb out, and then there was like another and another and another and another. So that was really cool. I was really excited to see the bulb outs. Really excited to see us reducing lane widths to 10 feet. That was one of the first things I learned, that's like the quickest, easiest way to slow down cars. And this is right through a residential neighborhood. We need to slow down cars, so I was super excited about that. And then got all the way to Newport Boulevard and saw the bike box there, so thank you for putting that in. If I could add 2 items to the list for potential future consideration, while I was walking on Wilson, I noticed that Wilson Park does not have a sign. So if at some point we can get a nice sign for Wilson with some maybe flowers around that sign, that'd be great. And then maybe this is coming on the Placentia project, or Placentia Street project, but a bike box at that intersection I think would be really great for students getting to Wilson. And I know we'll need it when the time comes, but I'm really excited, and I know our community members will be very helpful in letting the community along Wilson know what's coming and explaining why this, infrastructure that might look a little weird in some places, why it's helpful to slow down cars and improve safety. So thank you for this project. I think it's really going to be transformational for this neighborhood.
Thank you. Good motion, good comments. I like the project a lot too. I also appreciated a lot of the comments by the public. I think it would be good, was suggested that if it's possible under the confines of the Brown Act to shoehorn this project into the meeting tomorrow and have a discussion about it. The items, the items that you mentioned that I thought were really good, or the one that I'm looking at here, crosswalks, when you could put crosswalks that don't create a problem that implicates needing a future project, those would be good. But I really like that access on the cul-de-sacs. I thought that made a lot of sense for people that are disabled, and to be able to get from the cul-de-sac to the sidewalk. And so if that can be brought in, that would be good. So I second the motion. I approve the motion. Anybody else have any comments? Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I can't get on your docket so I want to speak. But
I'm just looking at the little red dot.
I appreciate that.
I see that.
I really want to second what Councilmember Reynolds said about Wilson Street. My dad actually lives on Rucker Drive and Wilson, so I spend a lot of my weekends in that part of town. And one thing that she mentioned that is entirely crucial is the fact that there really is no safe way to cross the street from south of Wilson to north of Wilson. I see many kids have to jaywalk to get to that park, to the point where they almost don't even use the park because the traffic just goes too quickly. So I'm really excited to see that improvement. Also happy to see the bulb outs. You know, every little bit we can do is really helpful, and I'm really happy we're doing that. But I do have one quick question for staff. So I hadn't thought about this, so I really appreciate our commenters for bringing it up. There really should be something prettier for Palmyra Street to get on Wilson. I know it's only like max 10 feet. How much would you think it would cost to get a little sidewalk from that cul-de-sac to the street?
So just to get a side, it shouldn't be that expensive. We can look into that. It's not. I don't have a exact area of that right now, but it's usually about $20-25 per square foot. So we'll figure that out.
Would it be appropriate to add this to the motion, given that it's a Wilson Street improvement and it's only like a few dollars?
Councilor Chavez, as I mentioned, we can take care of that project. It doesn't have to be part of this Wilson Street project, but we have your direction to make sure that gets done.
As long as it's done and it's not a burden, I appreciate
Yes.
that. That's really my only comment. Other than that, great work on staff's end. I do want to mention that I'm really pleased that we've learned from the prior series seals and we've incorporated some bikeability improvements along the way. So I want to thank staff for that. And really, I just want to mention that this street needed a series seal for a long time, especially after the Mesa Water improvements. So very timely, very efficient, and again, great project.
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't see any. Let's call for the question. Oh, we got to do voice vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yeah, yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, now number 6 has also been pulled by Mr. Martinez. Why don't we do this? To be direct and responsive to Mr. Martinez, why don't we open up public comment? And then if he has a comment, then if staff maybe could just respond to that.
Thank you. This is the award of citywide traffic signal maintenance contract.
All right, I'll be quick and brief. In keeping with the last item, which is we're improving a road, we're doing a slurry seal, we're putting all of these improvements in. We're about to improve and maintain a bunch of traffic signals. So what if while we're doing this traffic signal maintenance for all of these signals, what if we also put in leading pedestrian intervals? What if we also put in some, instead of having to press a beg button and having a pedestrian beg to stop cars, what if we had automatic pedestrian signals so that we didn't have to do that? I know, like during COVID, it's kind of annoying having to touch a lot of objects to cross the street, have to shove my elbow in there to try and get a pedestrian signal. So it'd be really nice just to get quick, easy fixes, leading pedestrian intervals, and automatic pedestrian signals so that we can just improve walkability in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, but I understood, anybody else want to comment on this? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Is this just the maintenance piece, Ms. Rosales?
Yes, that's correct. This
So
is just the maintenance piece.
Okay, and so the different changing things and with the way we do the signals and stuff, that would be a separate project that would come to us.
That's correct. A traffic engineer would come up with those timing plans to make those changes.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions of staff? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on this one.
Move the item.
Okay, move the recommendation by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Do you have anything you want to say in support of your motion?
No, this is a routine maintenance, but I think the speaker raises good points about having those intervals because they are safer and create a more walkable city. But other than that, just status quo. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. So, anything from the second? Call for the question?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. Mayor, can we do a 5-minute break?
You better believe it. We're going to let's do a 10-minute break. 10-minute break.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back at 8:35. 8:35. All right, we're back on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next public hearing item is the fiscal year 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan identifying funding priorities for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Grant Home Programs. Presentation by Mikhail Daly, Grant Administrator. Thank you.
Ms. Daly, so it's your first time talking to us?
It is.
Well, you know what? We're really nice. And you have, I'm excited to hear what you have to say, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I was already introduced, but my name is Mikhail Daly. I'm the Grant Administrator with the Development Services Department here at the City of Costa Mesa. And the item before you this evening is the request to approve the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan and to authorize submission of the plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. A little bit of background. The City of Costa Mesa receives 2 grants annually from HUD, the CDBG or Community Development Block Grant and the Home Investment Partnership Grant, or it's called HOME. The city receives approximately $1.6 million between these 2 grants each year, and the use of these grants are limited. CDBG can be used for a variety of activities. However, all activities must meet one of 3 national objectives, and they're listed on the slide. The elimination of rundown areas, to meet an urgent need, or benefit to low and moderate income persons. Costa Mesa uses its funds exclusively to benefit low and moderate income residents. HOME can be used for preserving and increasing housing opportunities for low-income residents. The 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan is the 3rd year of the 5-year consolidated plan, which is required to receive CDBG and HOME funds. It's basically the application to HUD by the city. The consolidated plan identifies the priority needs and goals for the annual action plans during its 5-year period. The consolidated plan and prior action plans are posted on the city website. The priority goals of the consolidated plan include housing preservation, infrastructure and facility improvements, homeless continuum of care, public social services, and program administration. As has happened in previous years, there was a delay in the approval of the federal budget this year. Due to the lead time necessary to prepare the action plan, program staff begins preparing the plan before receiving notification of the actual allocation for the upcoming year from HUD. To move forward, it's necessary for staff to estimate funding for grants. We estimated expenditure amounts in order to prepare the action plan. For 2022-23, staff estimated that both grants would be equal to the amounts allocated for the current fiscal year, 21-22. Consistent with HUD guidelines, the action plan indicates that the activities recommended for CDBG and HOME funding will be proportionally increased or decreased once the final 2022 allocations are announced by HUD. And that's expected around May 15th. For planning purposes, the action plan anticipates the city will receive $1,137,737 in CDBG funds for 2022 and has $867,011 available from prior year unspent allocation. $501,749 are expected in HOME funds for 22-23, and the city anticipates an additional $2,218,058, which is a combination of prior year unspent allocations and program income that is available. HOME program income is from lien and loan repayment of past home-funded housing rehabilitation loans. CDBG activities to be funded include housing rehabilitation administration, public service grants, capital projects, code enforcement, and program administration. Public service grants have a maximum allocation of 15% of the city's total CDBG annual allocation. So of that 1,137,737, 15% of that can go towards public services. The maximum allocation for administration and planning is 20% of the city's total CDBG annual allocation. I just want to point out on this side how I just said that public services, there's a maximum of 15%, and administration is a maximum of 20%. And the percents shown on the slide show a little bit less, public service at 9%, administration at 11%. And that's because we have unspent allocations from the previous year. So we are actually spending the maximum amount on public services, which is $170,000, and administration for $227,547 for the expected allocation amount. With respect to public services, HUD allows the city to use up to 15% of its annual CDB allocation for social service programs. On March 23rd, the City Housing and Public Service Grants Ad Hoc Committee heard nonprofit applicant presentations and rated applications for CDBG public service grants. They did also select a speaker, and she is here today if you want to hear from a member of the grant committee. Based on the amount of funding that was expected to be available, the committee developed their public service grant recommendations for the City Council. These recommendations have been incorporated into the draft action plan and the proposed CDBG budget. Attachment 2 of the agenda report provides information regarding the committee's recommendations and ratings and more detail about the selected nonprofit organizations. This slide shows a summary of the ratings and grant recommendations. The ad hoc committee recommended funding for 7 out of the 8 nonprofit applications and agreed with staff's recommendation to fund fair housing with administrative funds. Moving on to the HOME program, and here are some important details. The HOME program is the first block grant fund for affordable housing. It was established in 1990. Home funds are intended to be gap financing for affordable housing projects and require a non-federal funds match of 25%. So if you're going to use home funds with some other funds, they can't be federal funds. Home funds have an 8-year period of availability for expenditure, and supportive services are not an eligible activity and cannot be funded with home funds. So, for example, if you wanted to fund a permanent supportive housing project with home funds, the supportive part of permanent supportive housing, which provides services to those people, that is not eligible to be funded through home funds. So you would want to use a different source of funding for that. Home activities to be funded include housing rehabilitation loans and grants program, affordable housing development, community housing development organization reserve, or it's called a CHODO reserve, and program administration. HUD requires a 15% set aside for CHODO organizations out of the annual grant every year. The amount included for affordable housing development includes prior year uncommitted program funds and program income. Staff intends to issue a request for proposals to solicit applications for funding to support permanent affordable rental housing in the city. Staff recommendation is to approve the recommended allocation of fiscal year 2022-2023 annual action plan and adopt a resolution to approve the 2022-23 annual action plan and authorize the city manager and or designee to submit to HUD and execute all required agreements, certificates, and documents. Consistent with HUD guidelines, the action plan indicates that the activities recommended for CDBG and home funding will be proportionally increased or decreased once the final 2022 allocations are announced by HUD. Also, Staff recommends authorizing the city manager to approve the staff procedures and guidelines for the implementation of the CDBG and home-funded programs. This concludes my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And now, I noticed at the podium a familiar face, Michelle Murphy. Now, are you the spokesperson for the committee, the ad hoc committee?
Yes.
Before I give you the floor, which I will do in a second, I just want to thank you for the work on the ad hoc committee and for being the spokesperson and, being patient throughout our other items. But also, thank you to the entire committee. It's I'm sure, a big time commitment. You have to make some very difficult decisions. And I read all the recommendations, and I appreciate the work that you've done. With that, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I on? Okay. Michelle Murphy. Yes, I am a member of the Housing and Public Services Grant Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you for having me be here tonight. I actually will say, Mayor, we've managed to make these meetings a lot shorter. Mike Linares told me originally when I joined the committee, they were like 5, 6, 7 hour meetings or something, and we are down to a whole 2 hours or something. It's really great. So the city, I think, has put together a good rubric for how to measure the applications, which is very helpful. So there's not a whole lot of debate, actually. Mikkel did a great job of sending out everything in plenty in advance. She's a wonderful staff member. She emails you constantly if you don't respond. So I appreciate that because sometimes things get lost in the email. And so she made sure that all of us got our rankings in before the meeting. So she had a great tally of kind of where we stood before the meeting began. So like I said, it was not a painful meeting. It's very pleasant. We sort of know where we stand from the get-go. And then we had some brief discussions on some of the applications that had scored less than others, the reasons why they were scored less. Some discussion on priorities that we thought were more important for the city. I think we found consensus on all of that, and we made our recommendations. We have a generous committee. They would love to be able to give out more money. Everyone would prefer to do that. So so that's always kind of a fun discussion of how much we can really kind of stretch our dollars. And so I submit to you, these are fair and thoroughly debated recommendations for funding, and hope you will agree.
Did the applicants make oral presentations?
Yes. All of the applicants made oral presentations. The Easter Seals one was a little bit tough. It's a wonderful organization. They do fantastic work in the community. That was a tough decision, I will say. They did score the lowest, and we felt as a committee that because these are not huge dollar amounts, we have to try and stretch them as far as we can. And Easter Seals wasn't going to serve as many folks as the rest of the applicants. And so, we're trying to be prudent and stretch dollars and help as many Costa Mesa residents as we can.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good work. Any questions for Ms. Murphy? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, and do we have any questions for Ms. Daly? Let's see. It looks like Councilmember Harlan.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Ms. Staley, welcome.
Thank you.
So I just have 2 questions about the home budget, and I'll direct you to page 8 of the staff report in the table there. So I just want to get a better understanding of how we arrived at the total dollar amount that's available. It's just over 2.7 million. There are 2 line items, program income and then the prior year uncommitted allocation. Can you give me a little clarity on how we get $1.4 million of program income?
Yes. So that program income isn't just from one year. It's carried over from one year to the next. And it's from previous loans that were made for the housing rehab program. And so those loans, once they get paid off, that money comes back to the city, and it's identified as program income, and we can use it again for future projects.
Okay, that's good to know. So is this going to be kind of a similar situation in future years where we're going to have a surplus, or in this case, program income or prior uncommitted money to carry forward?
So we've slowed down on the housing rehab loans, so I don't think that we will have a large amount like this anytime in the near future. Also, some of that money, like I said in one of the slides, you have 8 years to spend the money. We're getting closer on some of the funds. And just with what's going on in the county and with affordable housing being really important, this is the best time to put that money to use.
I agree with that, which brings me to my hopefully last question here, which is about the affordable housing, the rental housing RFP. So what is that? What do you think that looks like? Is this a solicitation of developers for specific projects, or is it more programmatic?
It's a solicitation for developers of specific projects. Did you want to speak to any of?
I can weigh in here a bit more as well. So this would be a request for proposals. It's a very unique. It would be the first time that the city would be issuing a request for proposals like this for home dollars in quite some time, and maybe ever. The purpose of the request for proposals is to solicit from developers who have affordable housing projects either in the works or are looking for some gap funding to fill in the blanks. So the idea would be to get a variety of proposals, evaluate them based on city criteria, and ultimately fund what we felt was the most competitive proposals given the amount of dollars that we have in our home funds.
So thank you for that, Ms. Lee. So do we have an idea of what potential projects may be in the pipeline?
We have a handful of projects that the city is aware of that just we've been contacted by various affordable housing developers, just looking for information in terms of funding sources, not only from the city but other sources as well. So we know from those contacts that there are interested developers out there. There are affordable housing projects out there. I wouldn't pretend to guess who might apply, but we do know that there are interested parties.
And are we obligated by the source of the funding to do an RFP or some kind of public bidding for that? And the reason I ask is because it seems like this may be more based on opportunity than anything else. If there happens to be a project that is, closer to getting the funding has been assembled as opposed to others, which may just be in their infancy, we may put out an RFP and only get one response.
We think for a dollar amount of this magnitude, it's prudent to do an RFP. We will evaluate the proposals that we get through the RFP process and ultimately make a recommendation to the council.
Okay. And then, sorry, just keeps on generating more questions. Can any of that funding be used in association with Project Homekey?
Good question. I think so, but I think that's something that we would evaluate if we got an application that included a Homekey project. We would confirm that at the time, but I believe so.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions.
How did we go out to market on the loans previously? How did people know to come to us for the prior loans, the ones that are outstanding? We didn't do an RFP, so how did people know to come? How did people know that the funds were available?
Do you mean for the housing rehabilitation loans?
Yeah.
This has been an ongoing program for over a decade in the city, so it's not an RFP, but it is a ongoing program of the city. So we essentially have information online. We post in various locations and essentially market that program. So it's also been a long-standing program, and so there's a lot of community understanding of it, I believe.
So this is the first time we've gone out for an RFP. Is this the first time we've had this type of funding that needs to be spent on affordable housing projects?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, any other questions? We haven't opened it up yet to public comment, so we'll open this item up to public comment.
Mayor, I had a couple of questions.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I really liked the idea that you guys took on of moving the fair housing fund money into administrative costs, opening some more money for CDBG. So thank you for that. I've been to a few Fair Housing Foundation workshops, and I thought they were really good. And I remember seeing a couple of reports that they give us, I think, on a quarterly basis, and thought it was really helpful to see the kinds of calls they were getting from Costa Mesa. I wonder if we could make it part of the regular cycle, and I'm sure other council members would be interested, but if we could see those quarterly reports, I think that would be really helpful for us to sort of stay aware of what are the different types of calls and pressing issues that the Fair Housing Foundation receives. And then I had a question about the CHDO funds, the Community Housing Development Organization funds. I don't recall this. I'm sure it's been there for years and years and years. Could you just describe what kind of project that would support?
So it's a very specific type of nonprofit that has to qualify to be considered a CHODO or CHDO. The home funds require that you have a set aside of 15% every year. So that is part of the funds that have been accumulating because we don't have a CHODO project, but we do have that money set aside and we can use it for affordable housing. The RFP that we're going out with isn't specific to a CHODO because we want to make sure to get as much response as possible.
I know you've just joined us. You may not have the history, but how have we used the CHODO funds in the past?
For many years, it's been building up. So we still have the set aside.
So we haven't spent those funds. That's the answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
we haven't had a CHODO that has come forward with a project.
So it's 75,262 this year. That's getting added to a pot of fund that's in building because we don't have a CHODO opportunity?
Yes.
Oh, how big is that pot and what is that opportunity?
It's part of the past funds bucket, the unallocated, uncommitted past funds.
Is this what you just asked about?
Yes.
I don't think so.
It's reflected in one of those two uncommitted home allocation funds.
Okay. So this, I thought Councilmember Harlan's questions were related to that 2.3 million bucket. And I'm asking about the $75,000 bucket.
Yeah, the CHODO reserve is roughly it's been about the same every year, 75 or 15% of whatever our annual allocation has been. And we haven't used it for the last several years, and we can only use it if the nonprofit that wants to do a project is a CHODO or qualifies to be a CHODO. So it remains as a set aside. I think it's roughly $300,000.
Okay. And that's separate from the previous line of questioning about an RFP for an affordable housing development.
Yeah, that's unallocated funds and program income.
Okay.
But they can be used together. If it's a CHODO that proposes a project, they can use all the funds.
Okay.
And maybe just to provide some context, past CHODO projects were the James Street project that you might be familiar with, as well as the St. John's projects. Those were CHODO projects in the past.
Got it.
But it's been several years since those projects were completed.
Yeah. And that money, it would be used to create a new project, or it could be used for rehabilitation. I know we did a big rehabilitation project recently, I think at James Street.
It could be rehab or new construction, as far as I'm concerned.
Got it. Okay. I don't remember that acronym from previous years, so thank you for that description. And then one other question, attachment 4 describes some goals from an Orange County analysis. And could you just describe to me again how those goals, I was particularly interested in goals 2 and 3, preventing displacement and increasing community integration for persons with disabilities.
How do those goals relate to our city goals for these CDBG and home funds?
So I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe you're referring to the analysis of impediments?
Yes.
And that is something that's required by HUD every 5 years that the city has to do. And the last time it was done, it was a county-wide, all of the cities participated. And it has to do with affirmatively furthering fair housing.
Mm-hmm. And I said 4, I'm sorry, it's attachment 7. I think that if others are looking for it. Thanks.
I'm sorry, now I lost track. So what was your question?
So attachment 7 is the Orange County analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, and that has 5 goals.
Mm-hmm.
Those are different than the goals that we have for the city of Costa Mesa, and I was just curious how they're related. Are we supposed to also be working towards the county's goals, or is that just sort of informational for us in shaping our city-specific goals?
Those goals are for all the cities that participated in the analysis of impediments, but there is a portion of the analysis of impediments for each city that participated. So there's the overall goal, and then each independent city was considered individually, so you'd have to look at the full report. I believe the attachment is just a summary.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other council members that wish to ask questions. Let's open it up to the public. Sir, you have the floor.
I have a comment and question as someone who doesn't understand any part of this at all. The comment is, CHOTA is a very fun acronym to say. And then the question is, I'm just genuinely kind of confused and just would love to understand as a member of the public that from some internal rubric, Mercy House Bridge Shelter got the highest possible, or the highest score of the bunch, and yet it was given 10,000 less than the requested amount. And as just a member of the public, I just love to understand what happened there and why Mercy House is giving 15,000 when they requested 25,000. That's all.
No. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members. My name is Michael Toe. I'm a new member of the Housing and Public Service Grants Committee. So I just wanted to come up here and say thank you to the committee members who did the yeoman's work in reviewing the grant applications and working with staff. And most importantly, I wanted to say thank you to staff for preparing the action plan and really helping us come up with these recommendations for these grant applications, and look forward to working in the next action plan year on the same process as well, and helping our vulnerable residents with these grants, and obviously the improvements that you're making, public safety and public infrastructure improvements. I really appreciate those investments. Look forward to supporting you in that work, and thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to talk on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Madeline Hernies, please.
Hi.
I know her. Hi. Welcome.
Good evening. And you said my name perfectly. Thank you so much. I'm Madeline Hernies, CEO of Families Forward, and I just wanted to say good evening. It's a long night for you all. I'll try to keep it brief. But I wanted to thank you for your consideration of our grant request. I wanted to thank the city staff, of course, the committee. We truly are so thankful for all the public work that you put into this, each and every one of you. And I did want to address just the comments that were made earlier. It sounds like there can be some more intentional outreach. And so just wanted to let you know that for Families Forward, we are committed to, in any way possible, working with your public information officers, getting out flyers. If there are pockets of the community that are not aware of the rental assistance that we have available, we certainly want to be there to support. So again, thank you for your partnership, and we're here to serve families in need, and we are grateful to the city of Costa Mesa. So thanks so much, and I hope your night ends sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Thanks. It will end. Thank you for your commitment to the city of Costa Mesa.
No further speakers.
Yes. Okay, closed public comment. That was a reasonable question that was asked by Mr. Vuksevich. I'm just looking at the slide. You know, intuitively, you'd think the highest rated score would get the full amount of the request. So Why is that not the case? Ms. Murphy, you have an answer for us.
Sure, Mikkel, unless you want to answer, but no, in trying to make sure that we could fully fund as many of the requests as we possibly could, Mercy House had some funding already for that, for what they were asking for. So we knew that taking that 10,000 down off of their request wouldn't necessarily harm their ability to continue to provide security at the shelter. So it allowed us to fully fund all of the projects we wanted to, as well, while knowing that they could still fully fund what they wanted to provide for the city.
That's very on brand, very merciful for a
It
Mercy
was
House.
very merciful,
Yeah.
and they were, they obviously ranked highly. We love Mercy House. They're a great provider for the community and for the city, and so honestly, no reflection on their work.
Good stuff. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion on this item. Councilmember Harlan.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Harlan, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Harlan, do you wish to say anything in support of your motion?
Yeah, just briefly, I appreciate the work of staff in managing this, and for our grants committee, all the effort that's put in. We really appreciate getting our community involved in these kinds of decisions, and appreciate your recommendations. And I think that we may benefit from having have had some prior money not spent. So now we've got more on the table, and I know to try and do anything related to affordable housing, especially as a capital improvement project, you need significant dollars. So $2.4 million or 2.3 and change may be a good start. And I'm looking forward to seeing us get this money out to the community.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As representative of this committee on the council, I'm happy to see their recommendations. It's my favorite committee. It's fun seeing our residents of Costa Mesa do their due diligence and pick the best options to support our family here in Costa Mesa. And I just want to second Member Harlan's comments that perhaps next year we can be a bit more creative and see if there's more ways for us to fund some affordable housing as well. But this is great. Thank you, guys.
Good stuff. Oh, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, just a couple comments for the, I guess now and the future. I know one of the things I learned first was a real challenge with the CDBG grants was the administrative costs, and that's why we had this sort of minimum grant size. So I appreciate making that change. And I know we had talked about what ways can we help those community organizations reduce that administrative burden. And so I think sort of centralizing some of the work was a strategy, and that may be one of the reasons we have this new position. So I'm really excited for you to be here, Ms. Daly. I remember in early years when I was on this committee, learning a bit more about other ways CDBG funds have been used, and talking about strategically using those funds to help seed new community organizations. So, as this program continues to develop, I'd love to look into ways that where some of these grants that we fund year after year after year, right? Meals on Wheels. We're never going to not fund Meals on Wheels because we know how important it is to our senior community. I'd love to see if there are ways to fund those separately, so we can start using the CDBG funds or some pocket of those funds to support the growth of new community serving organizations in our community. So nothing for now, but just I'd love to hear your thoughts on that in the future and what we might be able to do. Great, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, let's call for the question.
Let's see, Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Harlan. Yes. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Yes. Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, we're on to public hearing item number 2.
Thank you. Let me get to that. All right. This is the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual action plan identifying funding priorities for the Home American Rescue Plan ARP allocation plan, and presentation by Mikhail Daly, Grant Administrator.
Ms. Daly, you have the floor again.
Okay.
The second item I'm bringing before you this evening is a request to hold a public hearing to approve the Home ARP Allocation Plan as a substantial amendment to the 2021-2022 Annual Action Plan and to authorize submission of the plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So the background on this, in March 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARP, was signed into law. To address the need for homelessness assistance and supportive services, $5 billion in ARP funds was appropriated to be administered through the Home Investment Partnership Program, HOME, to perform 4 activities that must primarily benefit qualifying individuals and families who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, or in other vulnerable populations. Only cities that already receive an annual allocation of home funds are eligible to receive this one-time home ARP funding. The city of Costa Mesa was allocated $1,816,742 in home ARP funds. These are new funds to the city and are to be used to reduce homelessness and increase housing stability for its residents. The city must engage in a consultation and public participation process and develop a plan that meets the requirements established by HUD. The 4 activities eligible for funding through the Home ARP Allocation Plan are development and supportive affordable housing, tenant-based rental assistance, or TBRA, supportive services as defined by HUD, and acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter. The draft Home ARP Allocation Plan identifies which activities the city plans to implement with these funds. As mentioned in the previous slide, the eligible supportive services are defined by HUD, and this slide shows a list of all the eligible supportive services through the Home ARP. This is one of the differences between the HOME program, which we receive an annual allocation for, and the Home ARP. Supportive services are not eligible through the traditional HOME program. These services can be provided as a standalone program or in conjunction with another Home ARP eligible activity. The city has already started the consulting process, including a virtual meeting with the Orange County COC, the Continuum of Care, where 44 other organizations participated, an in-person meeting with local nonprofit service providers held at the Norma Herzog Community Center, and we also released a survey in both Spanish and English at the community center when we had the meeting with the nonprofits. They completed it in person at the meeting, and others have responded by using the link available on the city website. Organizations that have contributed to the consultation process are listed on pages 4 through 6 of the Home ARP Allocation Plan. The last steps the city is taking to get public input on the Home ARP Allocation Plan include a 15-day public review and comment period, which ended earlier today, and tonight's public hearing. A copy of the survey questions and responses received so far are included as attachment 4 of the Home ARP Allocation Plan. We've received an additional 10 survey responses since the attachment 4 was created. The final Home ARP Allocation Plan will include all survey responses received. Other than survey responses, we have not received any comments on the plan. This slide here shows a sample of the survey results showing the barriers to ending homelessness and where the largest gaps are in the homeless response system. Mental health services ranked highest as a gap in the homeless response system, as well as an additional barrier to ending an individual's homelessness. Feedback received from the 2 meetings and the survey shows a need to focus on affordable housing, mental health and substance abuse support services, wraparound services, case management, services for special populations, and support for existing programs to ensure continuity of service. Additional information considered in the preparation of the Home ARP Allocation Plan came from several sources, including the City of Costa Mesa Housing Element, the Orange County Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing, the 2019 Point in Time Count, and feedback from the Network for Homeless Solutions. Staff is recommending funding for 2 home ARP eligible activities with the $1.8 million that the city will receive. Those 2 activities are affordable housing development and supportive services. The supportive services, just as a reminder, were listed on slide 5 of this presentation. Here's a breakdown of the total home ARP funding allocation for the city of Costa Mesa. A reminder that supportive services are not an eligible activity under the traditional home program, and these services can be provided as a standalone program or in conjunction with an affordable housing project with the home ARP funds. That's why we allocated $1 million towards supportive services and a little bit less for the development and support of affordable housing, considering that we already have the home RFP going out. Following HUD approval of the city's allocation plan, staff will solicit proposals for supportive services and development in support of affordable housing. Depending on the proposals received, the amount of funding allocated in either category may be adjusted not to exceed the total home ARP allocation. So staff recommends that the City Council approve the recommended allocation of $1,816,742 for the home ARP allocation plan, adopt a resolution to approve the 21-22 substantial amendment to the annual action plan, and authorize the city manager to submit it to HUD and execute all required agreements, certifications, and documents. And finally, authorize the revenue and expense appropriations. This concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions of Ms. Daly with respect to that presentation?
Mr. Mayor.
Somebody, oh, yeah, sorry, go. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was super surprised to read about the low utilization of tenant-based, now you're down there, so did we scare you up? Tenant-based rental assistance. We've only used less than $30,000. I think based on what we've heard the last couple of meetings, there is a real need to keep people in their existing housing, recognizing that the vacancy rate is low. There's not a lot we can do to get people into new housing that doesn't exist necessarily. But are you in the realm of supportive services, or we're including the things that are needed to keep people in their existing housing that is different than tenant-based rental assistance? Help me understand that.
So it is different than tenant-based rental assistance, but one of the supportive services, if you look at the slide, financial assistance costs, so security deposits, utility deposits, payment of rental arrears. So it can be used for that as well.
So is tenant-based rental assistance just really narrowly defined, and that's why we're not calling it that? Because paying somebody's rent in arrears would seem like tenant-based rental assistance.
If I can respond to that, the program, the tenant-based rental assistance program has been narrowly defined historically. The way that it was implemented was very specific, and what we found is that we haven't been able to deploy the funds to meet the needs in our community. And so we've been evaluating how to expand that and working with Families Forward. If you recall, when the money was first allocated by the council, it was an initiation of a new program. So you expect to have a bit of a slower startup. But when we looked at the inability to kind of spend the amount that was allocated, we want to make sure, especially now with COVID and all the different scenarios that we're faced with our residents, we want to be able to deploy the appropriate resource to appropriate scenario. What we're doing, as you can tell from the prior hearing and in this hearing, and the COVID CDBG dollars, we're building kind of a tool chest of resources to address various housing instability scenarios. So whether it's eviction prevention or move-in deposits, I mean, tenant-based rental assistance can be used for move-in deposits. We have not been using it for that. But when you have people coming through that receive, for instance, Section 8 vouchers, the county has deployed a lot of Section 8 vouchers. So they can't get tenant-based rental assistance, but we can use it for move-in deposits. So we're just expanding the eligibility based on what the federal government allows, which is a bit different than how the program was originally initiated. So to your point with this program, Home ARP is a different animal altogether. This is a new funding source. It's not like the other home program that we just described. All of these funding sources, it's a little bit more nimble than any of the other funding sources that we've had available. And there is a financial assistance component. We don't want to duplicate funds that are already available in the COVID CDBG or in the TBRA. But if we get a proposal that, can address anything that's not covered by those other funding sources, we would be willing, to honor that through the RFP that goes out. But as Mikkel mentioned, the mental health, substance abuse piece has been pretty critical, particularly in the COVID pandemic. We're dealing with a lot more of that, not just in adults, but in our youth population in the school district, working with Project Hope Alliance and some of the other agencies that are also currently funded in the CDBG COVID area.
So supportive services is very broad based on what's in this slide. And so I think I just heard you call out a few of the things that we certainly plan on spending the money on. So is there, maybe I missed it in the staff report, so is there a further breakout of sort of how we're allocating the $1 million across which supportive services?
We haven't earmarked any specific supportive service. Technically, all of these are eligible activities under the Home ARP. So if there's specific things, and based on the survey and the nonprofit feedback and the community feedback that we've received, certainly we want to prioritize funding to meet a gap on something that's not currently funded by some of these other funding sources.
Yeah, I think specifically this thing that, in Councilmember Chavez, you might be able to speak to this as well. This idea that we've got lots of families who are very much at risk of being evicted if their building is sold or renovated, or the recent reports out of Mesa Del Mar, for example. Part of that is a new building owner trying to fix up the place, right? So that results in displacement and a 2.8% vacancy rate. There's not a whole heck of a lot of we can do there. So the landlord-tenant liaison combined with payment of rental in arrears kind of jumps out at me as something that if we were better able to navigate those scenarios with landlords and tenants, that we could keep people in housing potentially, even when the rent goes up by $200 a month. So I don't know about your thoughts on that, but just based on what we're hearing from here, that there seems like there's a need there.
Yes, and with that specific scenario, Mayor Pro Tem, the TBRA program is an eligible resource. And what we're seeing is where people can't be evicted, the rents may be increasing to a point that they can no longer sustain. So they have to move to a less expensive apartment. The TBRA program can help them with the move-in assistance, right? The move-in deposit and tapering of the rent subsidy up to a course of 6 months. So we are seeing more of that, where people have to downsize or move to a smaller unit. The landlord moved out, or the tenant, another tenant who was sharing the rent is gone or lost their job. So just a tremendous amount of scenarios on housing instability that we're trying to respond to. So there's several funding sources we're trying to deploy to meet those needs.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you. Ms. Daly, I think I have one question. I'm hoping I understood your presentation correctly last time. These home ARP funds cannot be combined with the home program funds, correct?
No, because they're both federal funds.
That's what I figured. Okay, so I got it right. Okay, thanks.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question related to the survey responses. I was struck by a couple of things, and I think this is mentioned in the staff report too, the sort of gap in maybe gap in access to sources or gap in sources. I'm looking at, oops, no page numbers. I think it's the very last part of the survey.
where we asked survey respondents to sort of list which of these areas had sort of gaps. And they picked all of them, of course. And you know, I know that we're doing so much too, right? So I wonder how much of that gap is just gap in awareness of resources and gap in access to existing resources. And we've had some conversations about that already, where we know we have pots of money that's not necessarily being utilized. There was another part of this survey, sorry, the actual last question of the survey asked who's not being reached, and 40% of the respondents said our Hispanic and Spanish population is not being reached by these services. So can you just talk a little bit about what we are doing or can do to make sure that we're at least closing the gap of awareness of existing services, and particularly for our Spanish-speaking population? And I'll just add one other note. As I was looking through the organizations we talked to, at least for this outreach, you know, there's who I think of as our leaders in some of our Latino communities. The HOG has their Promotora program, which is out in the community family resource center we know is really well established. There's, of course, SOY and Wilson Street Learning Center, Think Together, churches and church leaders. I didn't see them on the list. And so are we engaged with them, or can we start engaging with them to help close those gaps? Can you just talk through some of our strategies there?
We can definitely engage with them. I started on the home ARP process pretty much from the get-go, from starting at the city of Costa Mesa, so I'm still learning about all of our partners and how to reach everybody. But these are great suggestions, and advertising the survey both in paper, and it was put out in both Spanish and English, and I did ask partners to forward the survey to as many clients, anybody who was available to be able to answer it. So those are all great suggestions, and it's just a matter of moving forward and making sure that we're advertising to the areas that we aren't reaching as well.
Okay, so it sounds like it'd be helpful if make some introductions to you to anyone who we think is missing from this list.
Absolutely.
For these okay, great. We'll do that right away. And then the other one was just what are we doing, or what can we do more to try to just close that gap in awareness? So we'll make some of these connections with existing community organizations. Are there other strategies we'll pursue, or I guess that's a good start, right? Straight to the folks who are already in communities.
If I can just jump in and speak to that, you know, over the course of the last 2 weeks, we've received some public comment in our meetings about, you know, Spanish-speaking populations that haven't been reached by existing programs that we have. And it brings me back to the Equity OC thing. When you look at kind of, you know, a lot of members in our community that don't have access to broadband, right? They're not on social media platforms. You know, I have a tremendous amount of experience, I guess, when I was in Long Beach. In 3 languages, we were hitting the pavement in a lot of different segments of our community in a very creative way, because we weren't able to reach everyone that was in need. I think we had the programs out there. They were pushing out through the service providers primarily, and also through the school district. But working kind of similarly in the ways that we did during COVID to reach out for people on vaccination and testing and all of that, and working with Alma Reyes to make sure that, you know, SOY and all these other groups are, you know, being engaged in the process. You mentioned churches. That's another great resource. Churches are community centers, you know, from my perspective. And so, you know, just making sure we're creating flyers that cover all 3 programs, because I think it's confusing. Most people don't speak our HUD language, you know, but being able to transfer our materials into Spanish primarily, and addressing, if you have this scenario, this is how you make contact with the resource, and if it's kind of more this scenario, would be a different funding source, because as I mentioned, this can be confusing. Just even, you know, maybe people here listening are confused as well. We have 3 different funding sources. The eligibility is a little bit different for each, but I feel like with this and the other 2 that we're currently operating, that we're going to be able to meet a lot of this gap. We just need to get the resource to the people that need it.
Yeah, and you know, of course,
We're in
Ms.
process.
Price, Michelle Rose at Hoag very
Sure.
well. So I think maybe their model, and I just think we,
Yeah.
working with the schools, perhaps can provide a huge resource in terms of vetting through all these confusing pots of money to
and the
help
school
get.
is a great resource. I mean, the McKinney-Vento programs in the schools are, Newport Mesa, it's vast program.
Yeah.
So, we're doing what we can to get it out there in the proper languages.
Yeah, okay. And just sort of knowing that school's out in 3 or 4 weeks or so, if there's an opportunity to sort of use that channel, it's something that we want to make sure we do pretty quickly. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it.
So I need to ask some questions to understand this a little bit better. So Mayor Pro Tem Mar got me really thinking here about the tenant rental assistance. So I really liked, and I thought it was good. And I read most of it. This substantial amendment document, which is attachment 2. And I remember this. The second bullet on the first page of text on the executive summary is something we saw. Remember when we were talking about 580 Anton? We had the opportunity to do to reduce some rents there at that place. And the applicant presented this statistic, and here it appears in our document. 50.5% of renter households in the city of Costa Mesa spend 30% or more on their housing costs. 25.9% of those households spend 50% or more of their gross income on housing costs, which we categorize as a severe cost burden. 96% of those with a severe cost burden have a household income of less than 80%, meaning that the people that are spending 50% or more of their gross household income on houses are not living in Mesa Verde or on some of the nice houses on the east side. So then we get to our gaps, which is there's no page numbers on here. But we talk about, it's under gaps with current shelter and housing advisory. I'm not sure if you guys can get to it. It's under tenant-based rental assistance gap. It says we provided $300,000 of home funds in 2021. We continue to participate in the Orange County Housing Authority's voucher program, and 591 Costa Mesa renter households, which is really a pea in the ocean when you think that 62%, approximately 62 to 67% of all households in Costa Mesa are renters. So that's a real small amount. And it says 89 people are currently on the wait list. I remember us talking yesterday, Ms. Price, and we talked about how previously we provided, I think, $800,000 in tenant-based rental assistance. Am I getting that? Is that right or wrong?
The Community Development Block Grant, COVID CDBG, right? That was about $800,000 in eviction prevention rental assistance. The TBRA program, the initial startup of that, the council allocated $150,000 in the first year under the action plan, and then the next year another $150,000
for a total of 300.
Right. So the 300,000 combined total, I believe there's been spent. Jennifer Lee, may I get this? 46,000. Is that about right?
About right.
So of that
Out of the total combined 300,000.
So of that 300,000 that we've allocated over the last
2 years.
2 years, we've spent, you said 47,000?
46,000, yeah.
46,000, which is like
limited,
minuscule.
Yes.
And I'm not sure, I don't know if we're supposed to ask questions now, but I'm just going to kind of preface it by saying this is a dark time for tenants because ironically, there was a cap. It was the cap that was done by the state that says you could only increase rent by 5% plus the consumer price index. But when you talk about the consumer price index being very high because of inflation, that allows landlords in like, let's say there's 7% inflation. I think that's roughly what it is. So they can increase 12% in that environment. That's a lot for renters that are already burdened. And the irony is, I mean, people do rent control for very good reasons. They think, you know, it's going to control rent. It's going to reduce rent. It's going to help the renter, you know. But what happens is it creates a situation where every year a landlord feels as if they have to increase rent because they can't increase rent 20% if their costs go up. They also have an incentive to, and that's covered by the new law under the civil code, to try to eliminate that. But they haven't, to the extent possible, they have an incentive to get people out and displace people. We've talked about displacement, so that they can bring those rents up to the market. And then at that point in time, they start fresh, and they're not constrained by the rent control, even though that is pretty exorbitant as it is. One of the workarounds where you could displace people all you want as a landlord is if they're unable to pay the rent. That's what's called a just cause under the civil code, to evict someone. So if you make the by rent increases, in this case 12%, you make it less affordable to an already burdened household. They're unable to pay the rent, they default on the rent, and now you can kick them out. And as Mayor Pro Tem Mar said, with 2.8% vacancy rate in the city of Costa Mesa, they have nowhere to go in the city of Costa Mesa.
Yes, that's
Okay?
part of the issue.
So now my question to you, am I reading this right? When I look at this allocation, and we've got administrative and planning, 272,000 roughly, development and support services for 544,000, and then we got $1 million for supportive services. How much are we allocating to tenant-based rental assistance?
We aren't choosing that as an activity for the home ARP funds because we have funds through CDBG CV for rental assistance, and we also have the TBRA home funds, and they haven't been used up. And so the idea is...
So how much do we have? If you add all that together, how much do we have?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Let me just clarify something if anyone is unclear. TBRA dollars cannot be applied to assist a family that's currently housed in the current house that they're in. TBRA programs are generally for people that are moving into a new unit, right? So that is 300,000. We spent 46,000 approximately. So that's one pot of money for people moving into a unit or relocating into a new unit. That's TBRA. On the rental assistance eviction prevention, $240,000 or $50,000 remain on the COVID CDBG rental assistance. And the only reason we still have that funding is because we've been referring people to the state when they had their program, to the county when they had their program, and we had, you know, over 800,000 that we allocated to that. We have about 250,000 left on that. That can be used for somebody that's currently housed that is losing their, you know, that needs gap rental assistance up to $6,000.
Did you say 250,000?
Yes,
Okay,
remaining.
so
So
we
you
have
got 300 TBRA, 250 in COVID CDBG, and then you've got this home ARP dollars, which we'll see what the RFP brings. We haven't allocated the funding specifically to any of the services. We've just provided you what is the eligible activity.
Okay, so we've got $300,000 for TBRA that can only be spent if somebody's in transition.
Or
Okay.
moving into a new unit, yes.
Right, that's what I meant. So then you've got $250,000 that could be spent for gap rent.
Gap rental
Okay.
assistance, eviction prevention.
And do we have the ability as the council tonight to allocate more money out of these funds to a gap rental program? Can we do that?
If you want to take from the list of services that are available on this and
Yes.
direct the staff, yes.
Right.
To do an RFP for the following services that you feel are the most needed in our community right now.
Right. Okay. So
You could direct us to do that, and it goes into the RFP as this is the priority for this funding.
And can we do that anywhere between 0 and 1.8, 167, 42, whatever?
Less the admin, or
Less the
I guess, unless you choose not to, can you waive the admin? Yeah,
Okay, so
suppose.
we could do that.
Wouldn't recommend it, but you could.
Well, okay, so I'm almost done. Okay, but so then,
So it's like the 1.5.
so the 1.5. So some amount of the 1.5, we could by motion and vote today allocate to tenant-based rental assistance to be used for gap assistance.
Sure, it's an eligible activity.
Okay,
Yes.
good. I'm done asking questions.
But what I think I hear you saying is to accomplish the goals that we're looking for specifically, which is keeping people in the houses that they are in now and not being displaced by the cycle that you just described. The best thing for us to do would be leave the allocation in supportive services and direct staff within the realm of supportive services that council prefers an emphasis on using funds to keep people in houses. I don't know how we want to call that. Not reallocating it to tenant-based rental assistance, because that doesn't help us accomplish the goal that we are all articulating.
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't understand that.
The financial assistance category in home ARP is a little bit broader. It's more flexible, so it includes a lot of different activities that can be done that's maybe broader than the other two sources that I mentioned. But it would have to be RFP'd out to a service provider who would, want to take that on, want to operate that program for us.
But can you go back to the supportive services slide, please?
At the advantage to keeping the supportive services, it's a more, like Susan said, it's a more broad category. And if we have that in the allocation plan and we go out with an RFP, then the responses we can choose based on what kind of responses we get, which nonprofits that are able to provide the financial assistance cost as a supportive service. TBRA is not in the allocation plan right now. It's a separate activity, and we're not proposing that activity at all from the home ARP funds. The TBRA that we have currently is with our regular home plan, so it's a different set of funds.
That's the 250,000?
Correct.
Yeah.
How do we get more in that bucket?
We're not using that bucket. Oh, sorry.
How do we get more
But
in that bucket?
we're not using the 250,000 that we have allocated.
I'm just asking them. How do we get more in that bucket? If not from these funds, how do we get more in tenant-based rental assistance?
You could use these funds to do that.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm saying to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, is that the financial assistance under supportive services in the home ARP program is more flexible than TBRA is. TBRA would be an eligible activity. It's not what we're recommending tonight. We have two other activities. We have affordable housing and we have supportive services. Under the supportive services, there is a financial assistance component that is more flexible than TBRA. We haven't been able to spend that. We're in the process of retooling it so that we can try to accomplish meet the needs. But as far as the CDBG COVID monies, it's coming to an end. I mean, when it's gone, it's gone. We don't anticipate getting any more of that money.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. If I may, there is other funds available. We have a Fund 216, which Rental Rehabilitation Fund, that we could use to help offset some of these rents that you have been discussing. We can bring forth with that in our study session next week. We'll be talking more about those funds that are available for this particular request that you have been mentioning. Unfortunately, the use of these funds specifically would not be eligible, but there are funds and there are other ways in the city's budget that we can accommodate your request.
How much?
Right now, the rental rehabilitation fund has about $270,000.
Any other buckets?
We'll be continuing to look at that in these next few days, and we'll bring that forth to you.
Okay. What if we, what if we just, we didn't do an entire amount, $1 million or whatever, but we took some percentage, like we said, for these items that you have on your slide, we did 750,000 and we did 250,000 toward tenant-based rental assistance. And then we looked at that number. We have the 200, then we have 750,000 for each.
As I said, the TBRA is not currently an identified activity in the home allocation plan. We would have to redo the allocation plan and come back for a public hearing. But I also believe that the funds that she had mentioned, also future home funds, would be better to be used by that. Right now, Families Forwards has the $300,000 for TBRA. It hasn't been used up. Their contract goes through November of 2022. In November of 2022, if we have additional home funds that haven't been allocated to, a project through the affordable housing, it is an eligible activity in the consolidated plan. We could consider extending their contract or renewing it at that time.
Is there time sensitivity to this item? Item number, the one we're on right now, public hearing number 2?
Not currently.
Okay. Would there be any harm in continuing this item, and then considering all these other buckets and seeing what we can do for tenant-based rental assistance and this? In other words, let's look at it as a whole. And then after we have our presentation on the budget, there's no reason why we have to do this tonight, right?
There isn't a deadline currently.
Okay. Because we're going to get a lot of pressure by our constituents to do rent control and all kinds of stuff because people are hurting out there and they're going to get hurt worse. So we should think of other ways to address it that's really going to help people. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. Let's open it up to a public hearing, shall we? Nobody in the council wants to speak on this?
Bored them to death.
Anybody on Zoom?
Yes. Madeline, her niece, please.
Ms. Hernandez?
Hi, good evening. Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's me again. I just wanted to, first of all, thank the city staff. As you heard this evening, when Families Forward was awarded the TBRA contract, it had a very narrow scope, and it was during very uncertain times with an eviction moratorium. So we saw a significant decrease in the number of families experiencing homelessness in Costa Mesa. But as you all know, that was definitely a false decrease. We know that families were struggling and we needed to target them with prevention funds to keep them housed. So since that eviction moratorium has lifted, we have seen an increase in referrals. Wanted to share that we are also partnering very closely with the Melinda Hope Center, in addition to some of our other partners out in the community like Project Hope Alliance, to get those referrals from your team members that are boots on the ground in different pockets that we're not able to reach. However, with the eviction moratorium in place, it did create significant slow ramp up. So I did want to thank the city staff for working with us to retool. The more flexible we could be with the TBRA funding, the more families we can serve, and all the intent with a little bit of a narrow scope. I know that working together, we can absolutely get these dollars deployed. So I just wanted to point out just a couple of those factors. Again, the actual lack of families falling into homelessness, families that were saved by the eviction moratorium while we worked to deploy the prevention dollars, definitely led to a lack of families falling into the eligibility for this grant, but that doesn't mean that they're not there and they don't need our support. And we're certainly starting to see those numbers ramp up. So again, thank you to the council and the city staff for your support as we become flexible in these uncertain times, and especially with the housing shortage and the vacancy rate that we're experiencing. We definitely agree. We want to keep families housed and make sure that we're partnering with providers that, again, are reaching a different niche that we may not see from our view. So thank you again.
Oh, sorry. Any other, anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
May I ask the city attorney a question?
yes.
Could we approve this and then come back and revisit the allocations more specifically? The resolution speaks to approving the allocation plan, but I'm assuming we can then tweak the allocation plan at a later time, given that we haven't published an RFP yet.
Well, the problem is that once we approve this, it has to be submitted to HUD. So if we change it, then we might have to resubmit. Is that a fair?
Yeah, we'd have to do a substantial amendment if we approved it and submitted it. Because, as I said, the TBRA activity is not included in it currently.
Got it. Okay. I was trying to find solutions. Okay.
All right, I appreciate that. I'm going to make a motion to continue the item until we can come back, have another public hearing, and in the next public hearing, come back with kind of a holistic approach to how, with all the buckets we have, including the buckets that are in this report, how we can address tenant-based rental assistance.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on one second. Second by Chavez?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to respond to the comment you made earlier about we're going to get a lot of pressure. I think I'm less concerned with that and more just understanding, like, I want to make sure we're understanding the rules of the programs. So I didn't realize that until I read the staff report that like TBRA was so underutilized. And so better understanding, like, you're talking about the confines. I don't know, thank you for the Families Forward to speaking that, but I don't fully understand what some of those restrictions are. And I take it at your word that the more preferred method would be under supportive services, under financial assistance. But if we could sort of outline the distinctions of how those funds would be used in the context of tenants who are struggling and tenants who are evicted and tenants who have to leave because there's mold mitigation in their units, all the sort of various things that we've been hearing. I think that, for me, that would be just a little bit more helpful. So,
thanks. Okay, just to support the motion, I think we have as a major problem in our city the affordability of rents and the displacement of renters, particularly under the economic environment we have with inflation and the changes to the state law and things that we're seeing and things that we're hearing from the public. And so I think we need to take every opportunity to look for ways to address those issues, including tenant-based rental assistance, from the resources that we have in other buckets, from these resources that are being provided to us, and from the resources that we've already allocated. So I just like to take a second look and see if we can do more in that area, and just have the staff kind of drill down on that. And I appreciate the work that everybody's done, but I really think that that's a need that I'm certainly hearing from the constituents. And so I think we need to look into addressing that. So if we could take a second look, bring it back, and talk about that issue in more depth. That would be the reason for my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really want to just say a couple thank yous to everyone's discussion. As the only renter in this dais, I kind of often feel like it's uncomfortable to speak on things like this because I feel like I'm inwardly advocating for myself. But when we look at our city and we view our demographics and we view that we are a city of renters, in fact, I think it's our due diligence to take a step back and like the mayor made the motion, come back with more clarity, come back with more answers for our residents, because overwhelmingly the most important thing I'm hearing from residents is the fact that they can't afford to live. the fact that they can't afford to pay the rent, the fact that they can't afford to eat. And it pains me to be on this dais advocating for parks and trees and capital improvements when I know that's the last thing on someone's mind in my district and in Costa Mesa. So I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you to staff for doing this and for taking and for understanding why, as a council, we want to come back to this. I want to really thank my council on this dais for being advocates for our community. I don't know any council that's done this before in this city's history, or really in Orange County, where we were taking the time to really advocate for those that rent. And I just want to say thank you.
Okay, anything else? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. Also really appreciate the conversation, and I'll support the motion. I think the exercise of making it more clear for us goes a long way in making it more clear for everyone. We all, I think, read the hundreds of pages we get, and so if we're still struggling, I think, working through making clear what services, what funding and services we do have will help with this sort of closing the gap as well. I do want to make sure, and I think we all have the same goals here. I want to make sure, there's been a lot of discussion about TBRA or other funds. I think my big takeaway from this meeting is that what I thought was TBRA at 6 o'clock is not TBRA now. Our goals are to keep people housed who are housed, and for people who aren't housed to help them find housing. My understanding is TBRA helps to the second leg of that. So I think your motion, Mayor, is still consistent with help us understand how funds can be used to achieve the outcomes of keeping people housed and then helping them get housed when they lose their housing,
Right.
as opposed to maximize TBRA.
Right,
I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, and I know TBRA is a term of art. I mean, tenant assistance for tenants. Okay, whatever. Not the technical definition, whatever that is.
And maybe in a parallel effort, as part of making that clear, we can be working on that. The flyers or communication to help make us and everyone aware of what all of those resources that are available today are too. Okay, thank you.
Any other? Okay, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Harlan? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Mar? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Good discussion, Council. Now we're on to the last item, which is new business item number 1.
All right. All right, thank you. This is the residential permit parking program. Presentation by Raja Sethraman, Public Services Director, and Jennifer Rosales, Transportation Services Manager.
Mr. Mayor, in November of 2021, we brought you this item as a study session item. So this is now an action for you to provide your thoughts and your approval of a parking plan for residential permit parking. We have our consultants from Dixon Unlimited, Julie Dixon and Kelly Dugdale. They'll be making a presentation, and then we can answer any questions you may have.
You're very welcome here. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you for having us tonight, and we're excited to be back. Since the study session in November, we've taken council feedback and have continued to receive community comments and have incorporated that into this final set of recommendations as it relates to the residential parking study citywide. I think it's important to highlight for the study objectives that it was intended to look holistically at the parking challenges throughout our residential neighborhoods in Costa Mesa, and I think active engagement was definitely the priority, and it's one thing that, as we spoke of before, and I hope you'll appreciate, is that it's really been an engaging process, and even today still getting feedback from community members as well. And I think that the one part that we can all appreciate about parking and parking management is that it really is a living aspect of our community, and the fact that it's ongoing. So we hope that that transparency and feedback continues. And the intention really was to really look at the core root of the existing residential permit parking program and ultimately to develop recommendations to ensure that we had equitability at our curbsides and to really alleviate where we do have current impacts on our curbsides, and really to look at best practices. And as we talk about the data collection that was included in the actual action plan, we did focus studies on districts 4 and 5. We did have several community members that asked, well, why not our district? And the intention really was to, again, generate samplings so that we could really identify some of the consistencies throughout our city. And so, as I mentioned, community engagement was really a big part of this process, and something I'll talk about here in a moment is the Attorney General opinion, but was also looking at case studies, comparable city actions, industry best practices, and again, really looking how we operate today to ultimately come forth with the citywide residential parking action plan. And this intended as basically a guideline. I think it's important when we talk about that approach is that it doesn't necessarily mean the city is going to do everything that we're talking about today, but it's meant to be incremental because of the fact that we need to really make changes, evaluate them, assess them, look at the data, and then come back and decide what that next step is. But again, this process was really driven by the 2016 California Attorney General's opinion that basically you can't distinguish the difference between residents, whether the type of dwelling that they're living in. And so it's important that when we talked about equitability in this approach is that it really serves all residents regardless of the location that you live, whether it be in a single family home or a multifamily dwelling, a condominium, townhome, whatever the case may be. And that was really important as we moved forward with this particular process. And for those of you who don't know the timeline, we actually launched this project after a competitive RFP process. We actually launched in February of 2020, and really right there before the pandemic kicked in. And so there were some stall starts as we developed the program, and basically after I think everybody figured out how the pandemic was going to affect our lives. And we began basically the outreach. You'll see that in fall of 2020 was when we actually went out and did the data collection. It was important that we captured data in the morning as well into the evening hours. And you can see that the data collection was actually quite robust in the fact that we collected 634 blocks, and we collected data in both permitted and non-permitted locations. When we talk about the occupancy study and looking at the data results, it's important to understand, and I know that for those of you who aren't familiar with Dr. Donald Shoup, Donald Shoup basically created the industry standards in which we measure occupancy by today so that cities like yourselves can make data-driven decisions. And it's important when we talk about parking occupancy studies, when we talk about 85% occupancy, it basically means when you're near or at capacity. And you can see that for the non-permitted versus the permitted streets, we're nowhere close to those numbers basically. Now you'll see as we go through the study, there are specific streets that do have capacity, but they're definitely more individually based. And when you see the fact that those non-permitted locations, which really hit those occupancy thresholds, they're surrounded by permitted streets. And so when we talk about the recommendations moving forward, it's really again about finding balance to the overall program, because you can see our permitted streets have well below the thresholds of occupancy, and that's going to be something that's important whether it be a weekday or a weekend when we talk about bringing balance to the program. On the maps, and I know they might be a little bit small on your screens, but again, all of the data collected is included as an appendices in the action plan. You can see that the little R circles basically indicate the RPP streets. And the places where you have red are locations where occupancy exceeded 85% at times throughout the process. But again, it's important that whole areas didn't necessarily reach it. It was really one block off in particular locations. And only 2 permit blocks exceeded 65% weekday average occupancy. So that's something that's really important when we talk about decisions moving forward. And on the weekends, you can see that, again, your non-permitted streets basically pick up a little bit on occupancy, but still the permitted streets are very well below the thresholds. And so the opportunity to potentially bring balance to these locations, you'll see that as we get into the recommendations. Again, important to see that in the weekends, no permit streets reached 85% occupancy, and most of the permit streets didn't even reach 65% average occupancy. And so when we start to talk about those data measures, you can see that there's definitely opportunity to bring more balance to the process. And so, as I mentioned, permit streets are absolutely underutilized throughout the community, and that the current program really exasperates congestion in our neighborhoods, and permit parking is pushing the problem onto other streets. And by problem, just the utilization of congestion. And our multifamily neighborhoods are those that are definitely the most impacted, and something that you'll hear as we talk about the community outreach. So as we began our community outreach meetings, the meetings did take place online via Zoom, but they were very well attended. And in some cases, I think we had some regulars, which I really appreciated. And the one thing that I think is important, and I think I emphasized this during the study session, is just how gracious I think our community members were, even when they didn't necessarily agree with each other. And I just really appreciated the fact that everyone had the chance to share their comments and concerns. And I just really appreciated that, because that doesn't necessarily happen in all of the communities that we work in. And when we talk about the items that were identified, I think that some may be surprised at the request for enforcement that came out. Is that was probably one of the most common aspects that we heard from our community members consistently, was the request for more consistent and more visible parking enforcement in our streets. And we heard quite a bit about commercial parking, where folks are parking and storing their commercial vehicles on street with trailers, and basically taking up viable, available resident parking. And so those are all factors that when we talk about the needs of addressing this, this is something that really played into the part. And then also the walkability aspect. We heard quite a few concerns about the distances that some residents have to park, especially late at night. The concerns about lighting and pedestrian safety definitely played a part. Also, in spring of last year, we ran a survey for over a month. I thought the city did a really great job of getting the word out through all modes of media to try to get participation. The survey was offered in both English and Spanish, and we had 356 responses. And again, really consistent with the meetings where we received that feedback, and again, brought all of that information back into the overall outcome of the recommendations. And so when it really comes down to the guiding principles, there's really three core missions when we talk about this approach with this program. Number one was equitable access, making sure that we have a balanced program that really meets the needs of our community members, to make sure that it's fairly distributed and equitable to all. And most importantly, also making sure that it's sustainable. You'll see as we get through the upcoming slides, I think some folks have been surprised to recognize that the permit program is free today. And so when we talk about being able to have a balanced, streamlined, modernized approach, there's some opportunities of how the program can be managed moving forward that can be really leveraged using technology. And so really finding that balance to make sure that the program is not only equitable, but also sustainable. And also making sure that we have an efficient program that can be modernized and adaptive to our actual city's current needs. And as I mentioned as well, making sure that we can incrementally make updates, especially based on data over time, so that we can make sure that we are right-sizing a solution for the community's needs at that time. And so we went through all of the different options and vetted these with the community members. We had folks that said, let's just do a citywide residential parking permit program. Let's get rid of it altogether. The option of not making any changes really wasn't the mission of this program, just in the consideration of the Attorney General opinion. But ultimately, what you'll hear here today was option 4, which was basically make revisions to the existing RPP program and really, again, better align it with the guiding principles of being equitable, sustainable, and efficient. So jumping into some of those, we absolutely went out and looked at our comparable cities. And one of the things that was consistent was our petitioning process is very much consistent with other agencies. You'll see that there is a variety, but in general, requiring a 51% petition that indicates that the neighborhood is interested in a petitioning process, a city survey that then is followed by an occupancy study that demonstrates 70% occupancy or more. And again, relatively consistent not only in Southern California, but also across the nation is a standard for that. So the near-term recommendations, I'll go through these as we go through the individual slides. But first was the creation of new permit zones. And in this particular case was really kind of dividing up the program to really look at the ones where we have the necessity. And my colleague and myself call it the big four, is that right now where you have external impacts, locations that need a permit zone, which could be those that are affected by a neighboring commercial zone, the fairgrounds, school or recreational area, or ones that are near city boundaries next to border cities that can basically spill over into Costa Mesa. Also establishing a length of minimum regarding 2,000 feet or about 4 blocks contiguous in the opportunity to be able to ensure that the program is again equitable and balanced. And I think that we can appreciate that historically RPP programs throughout the country were developed through single-family homes that were trying to, again, block out maybe multifamily spillover. So this opportunity for external impacts is one that we think can, again, really be a big benefit to establishing the baseline rules. And then, again, conducting the petitioning and occupancy studies consistent with the way that the process has been done, maintaining that rule. That in the case of rental complexes, allowing residents, property managers, and property owners to all participate in the petitioning process equitably, so that that way all of our residents have a voice in that process to determine the rules of the method moving forward. And then ultimately, in terms of implementing these new policies, is again allowing all residents, all housing types to participate based on the AG opinion. Oversized vehicles, as defined by the current municipal code, would not be eligible. And consistent with our last conversation with you all, was replace the current 3 permit per household limit with 1 permit per eligible driver per household. And an eligible driver, again, would be a resident on a permitted street that has a valid driver's license and a vehicle registered to the same address. And that's something that in previous conversations that we spoke about is if I owned my own home, but I had 3 cars and I lived by myself, I would only be eligible for 1 parking permit in that particular case. If Kelly lived with me and she was a licensed driver, we would be eligible for 2 parking permits. And so it again really talks about management of our vehicles and not putting the burden on the city to store my multiple cars on public streets. So this particular approach we do again think would be equitable for an equitable solution for residents who require a vehicle to support their livelihood and reduce excess parking demand in our neighborhoods. And again, for a resident like myself who maybe owns multiple vehicles, I wouldn't necessarily be incentivized to use on-street parking, and it would be my responsibility to identify my vehicle storage needs. In terms of the fees, again, a baseline fee of $25 to participate in the program. It's important to recognize on the right side, you can see basically the fees associated with programs in neighboring cities, with Santa Ana being the highest, which is right there at $72.29. And again, for that eligible licensed driver. But we're also suggesting a tiered structure so that that first permit for a household being $25 and second permit $50 and so on and so forth. But also very importantly is introducing that low income parking permit where the first 2 permits for your licensed drivers could be free, and then introducing that escalation fee from there, just consistent with the conversation that we've heard earlier today. By being able to demonstrate the income need and being able to provide that as an option, we think would be very much conducive to this program. And I think it's really important to just reinforce when we talk about these fees This is not intended to be a revenue generating program. This is just intended to cover the cost of the program. And when we talk about some of the opportunities to utilize technology, create user interfaces online, these are all intended to really cover those administrative costs and that equipment infrastructure. One of those being a permit management system is really allowing residents to self-manage their accounts, setting up a web-based platform so that I could basically take care of all the conveniences of my parking permit needs online. And we really think that this will be pivotal in moving on a permit program that's really based on license plates and being able to manage more effectively in the field. It doesn't necessarily prevent people from coming into City Hall and speaking to a clerk. That would still be a viable option. It's just that the majority of folks having that convenience to do it online, we know would be a benefit to the majority of our residents. And then also, especially when we talk about parking compliance, because I like to talk about people following the rules, the utilization of license plate recognition technology and really leveraging those tools that law enforcement currently has, but also leveraging that for parking management. And we know that that could really help us be more efficient and actually cover more ground in the field. And that's why when we talk about transitioning a permit program to an online solution, it allows us to leverage the license plate as your permit identifier and something that we know that can be very effective. This is also something that's a real benefit when we talk about ongoing data collection, when we talk about parking occupancy and utilization. So it really can help us measure the curbside moving forward. I really want to highlight when we talk about these types of tools for parking management, it doesn't mean that we're looking at people's registration or anything like that. It's strictly an identifier for that vehicle is eligible to park in that location. And that's really how these permit by plate processes have worked really effectively in other communities. In terms of coordinating enforcement, really again allocating additional staff so that we can have that consistent coverage. This is going to be really important too, because if we are going to have these policies, if they are going to be posted, we need to manage and monitor those and to leverage our resources to make sure that we can basically take those actions. It's also important to recognize that through our existing permit policies, let's just say you go through the petitioning process, you go through the occupancy study, and everything is basically looking positive for you as a community that you're eligible to have a permit program. It's important to recognize that per the current policy, that is only active upon 50% of the households actually purchasing parking permits. And so that's really important. You can go through all of those steps. And then ultimately, if your neighbors choose not to purchase parking permits, then the program basically doesn't initiate. But if it does, installation of signs, there would be an education outreach program with warning notices, and that really ties into the branding and marketing. I mentioned the word transparency earlier, and that's really important when we talk about parking and parking solutions. We want everyone to know what the rules are because we want everyone to follow them. So anything that we can do to get the information out there, including utilizing the city website, being able to have a centralized landing page where people can find any bit of information that they need to know about the parking program, about the permit program, and being able to leverage that in that one location, we think would really make the program be really effective. Moving into the midterm program, this was something that we spoke about quite actively, and I wanted to reinforce based on council's feedback from last meeting. This is something that isn't necessarily a day one action. However, we have already started to identify locations that we think would make for ideal shared parking potential. And so we have quite a bit of things to do, and you're going to see the schedule that we've incorporated in here. And this is something that I think will also evolve organically through the process. But this is something that we know is a real priority because this can also help alleviate demand in those neighborhoods that are more impacted based on the data occupancy. And what this basically means is a shared parking agreement is something where you can leverage with a private property owner to leverage their parking spaces to participate in the program. And the way that these programs have worked very effectively now is because of the technology that I've mentioned. When you can now have online access to the residents and the information, they basically can better understand the rules of where they're allowed to park. A great example is a school parking lot. If the school chooses to participate And Kelly, as a permit holder, when she signs on to that program, she agrees that she has to have her vehicle vacated from that parking location by 6:30, Monday through Friday in the morning. And if she doesn't move her car, not only is she subject to citation and or tow, she also can be ineligible to be able to park there in the future. And those are the types of mechanisms that now through technology really make these opportunities manageable and really opportunistic, especially in those more condensed, congested areas. And a lot has been done when it comes to indemnification, release of indemnification, and release of liability in those agreements too. So these are tools that we know will play a big part. We just have some things we got to get organized on as we get into it. But I think that this is going to be a real positive, especially in those impacted areas. And then, you know, we've obviously talked quite a bit today about some of the improvements that are coming to Costa Mesa, and just, again, that emphasis on alternative transportation modes. I think just some of the achievements, you know, whether it be the improved bike lanes and just basically all of the methodology that the city has done to really promote this, is making sure that we continue to focus and promote those enhanced modes and really focusing on that improvement to walkability and pedestrian infrastructure, and anything that we can do to really prioritize locations with reasonable distances to transit stops and just accessibility, you know, to our community assets, I think will just play an important part of this process. I know you all can appreciate parking is not a siloed event, and the one thing at my job I can tell you, parking touches everything. Whether or not we want to recognize that or not, it's definitely something that's important. And when we talk about these opportunities to leverage alternative modes, it's something that we want to be sure remains as a hot topic in the conversation. And so, going back from the study session, we worked really closely with staff to really come up with this plan. And I can tell you, we had a lot of conversation and discussion about how strategically to tackle this initiative. And so right now we're estimating basically 6 to 9 months of the pre-implementation mode. And in that particular case, updating the policies, formalizing the rate structures, launching the automation for the online permit program, and then initiating the outreach campaign. Because that's really going to be important when we talk about consistency, transparency, and messaging, is making sure that folks really understand, our community members understand what's coming, why, and making sure that they're a part of that. And then when we get into the implementation mode, one of the things that we know is that first phase is the existing permit zones being reevaluated and renewed. We wanted to break that into 2 phases. First was that big 4 that I mentioned, the ones that are adjacent cities, the fairgrounds, commercial districts, school zones, recreational facilities, making sure that we first address those immediately to bring them in that first quarter of the program when we're ready to go into implementation mode, and helping them understand the guidelines, making sure that we have concurrence in the communities through the petitioning process, and really handhold the community into that process. And then the next phase, which would basically be the next 6 to 12 months, is again working with the existing RPP zones within residential parking demand locations that don't have those external impacts. And again, looking at that renewal process of the petitioning process, you know, making sure that everybody understands there's going to be fees associated with the permits unless they're eligible for the low income, and really going through that process. And basically existing zones that reapply within 6 months will be given reevaluation priority. And then after 6 months, if those zones basically aren't interested in the program, the zone would be removed and they would basically have to go into a new queue or start that process basically over again. And when we talk about those phases, we wanted to be sure to highlight, you can see that for those locations that have external impacts, there's basically 60 to 70 streets involved in that process. And for the phase 2, it's about 50 to 60. I do think it's really important that taking this incremental approach, especially working with staff on this, I'd love to tell you that it could all be done overnight, but I also want to make sure that we're very realistic because we want to make sure that this program is also successful. I think that the community, staff, and yourselves have invested a significant amount of time into this process. And so to be strategic in this approach and making sure that we're doing it correctly for our community was really an important priority for how to move this forward. And messaging and outreach will be a big part of that moving forward. And so before you see the staff recommendations that were included in tonight's agenda, and at that point, I will leave it there. I can leave the recommendations on the screen if that helps.
Council, do you have questions? I can get us started. You want to go?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I have one question. So first of all, thank you so much for the presentation. Very happy to see this coming to fruition after all these years of talking about it and studying it, and thrown in between a pandemic. So thank you so much for everything. I like the recommendations. I really have one question. It's mainly for staff. So as we know, some of the parking permits that are in my district do not fall within the green zone or the outside influence of a city or commercial impact. Do we have any plans for outreach to those communities so they're not caught off guard when their permits suddenly become renewed under the new system?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Chavez, yes. There will be a very comprehensive outreach program that we have to embark on once it has to go through another process where we have to actually modify our municipal code to incorporate all these changes. And then once it's approved, we will embark on that and make sure that, we communicate in many ways about this new rules and all that, and who's eligible, who's not eligible, and we'll go through that process.
Okay, thank you. That's very important to me just because I know some folks will be confused given that they don't have a permit. My second question is regarding the zones. So we mentioned 6 zones in Costa Mesa, and we mentioned that some were tied to a school, some were tied to like a church. Have we done any outreach to those schools or churches yet, or is that just a preliminary idea?
So right now, we haven't done outreach directly. We've actually had some participate in the community meetings where we've already had some suggestions. So I think the opportunity to identify those, and I think as we start to dig into those neighborhoods, that's why I wanted to mention that it doesn't necessarily happen in a silo, because I think some of those opportunities will basically organically come to the table and be able to have those conversations. But I think as we start the outreach methodology, those are the opportunities that we'll take advantage of, as for sure.
Okay, thank you.
So I just got a couple questions. So we have this circumstance. People have written us about this. You've got a busier street. Let's say Wilson, for example. Could be Tustin as another example on the east side. You've got a busy street, and on that busy street, there are multifamily, could be condos, could be apartments. Okay. Then perpendicular to that street, across the busy street, are single-family homes. Okay. Under this program, based on the Attorney General ruling, would the people that are across the street in multifamily be able to buy permits that would permit them to park on the single-family street that's perpendicular to them?
So the key is contiguous streets. So the aspect of the recommendation is basically 4 blocks, or forgive me, was it 2,000 feet, but it's contiguous blocks. So if there's a break in that street face, then they wouldn't necessarily be eligible. But if it's a contiguous street, that building could be eligible within that permit zone. And that's something that through the petitioning process would have to be defined and identified as basically they wouldn't necessarily be able to be excluded if it was contiguous to that particular area.
Right, I know, but let's assume that it's just exactly what I just said. Is that contiguous?
I'm going to possibly look at Raja, and he's saying yes.
That's contiguous. So Pat Schaefer, for example, she's contiguous with Columbia.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
And the people that are across from Cabrillo on Tustin are contiguous with the 400 block of Cabrillo.
Yes,
So they could
They would
buy,
be.
they could buy permits to park on Cabrillo.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if you, for example, if we define, like we define 4 blocks and it could, that's one example, or even if it's less 2 blocks, they're separated by a street and they're still considered. But if that apartment blocks, if we have a permit parking street and then we have a break and there is another apartment blocks on another street, they won't be part of this.
Okay.
But if they're,
Okay. And then if you look at the slide that's up now, page 26, we have 60 to 70 streets in phase 1. And then the other 50 to 60 streets in phase 2. Is the 400 block of Cabrillo in either one of these? I hate to be granular, but I've got my reasons.
Mr. Mayor Stevens, Cabrillo currently is not an existing permit parking street, so that's why it does not show up.
Oh, these are existing.
That's correct.
Oh, I see. These are existing. So when we roll this out, and then I completely misunderstood. When we roll this out, it's going to be rolled out over the entire city at the same time?
that's correct.
Okay, good.
So at that point, so Cabrillo being next to 17th Street would become eligible for applying for this. So if the
Excellent.
residents choose to do so, yeah.
And then the final question I have is, you mentioned that, so they qualify, they get their 51%, and then 50% have to purchase, once they get through those, then they're eligible to purchase the permits. 50% of the people have to purchase the permits, and then that triggers the permit program. And then there's another phase where then the signs go up, and there's education and so forth and so on. What's the interval between the time somebody pays money for a permit and the time the permit program actually goes into effect?
So that's something that can be defined in the business rules, and that's something that's really up to city policy. And I think it has to be within reason. I would say within 90 days of your launch would probably be at most the program, but I'll also defer to city staff and see if Raja had anything to add.
Because, I mean, obviously, the reason I'm asking the question, you wouldn't want somebody to pay good after-tax money to the government and then not have the benefit of that for some period of time while we slow roll this project out, through no fault of our own. I mean, I know you guys will go as fast as you can.
So, Mr. Mayor, based on past experience, if a community wants permit parking, they sign up very quickly. So we see them come within days of us notifying that your street is now eligible or council approved your permit street. They come and get permits very quickly.
Because they've already signed the petition.
Exactly.
So presumably they want to buy the.
Exactly.
So if that's the case, then why do we go through the hoop of having people have to buy the permits? Why can't we just skip that and say, assume that they're going to buy the permits, and as soon as they're eligible, we move forward with the signs and the education and so forth and so on, and just, expect that we're going to get the permits.
So, Ms. Dixon, do you have?
Yes, I do. It doesn't happen very often, and as staff mentioned, typically the day the permits go on sale, and because you used to have to come to City Hall in most cases, they would line up and say, let's go. But in some cases, when the program becomes a reality, and ultimately if only 2 people purchase a permit, basically it really makes it a moot point. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened. And so it's really a standard business rule that's utilized throughout the country, is that once the program has gone through the steps, that's when folks basically can decide we're either all in or we're not, and especially when there's a fee associated with the program. So it doesn't happen very often, but it has happened where if they don't choose to participate, and then it becomes a whole nother issue. And then you basically have potentially empty city streets at that point as well. well. So again, because of past practices before the Attorney General's opinion, there might have been potential maneuvers of ways that folks were just trying to eliminate the spillover effects. And, maybe folks had plenty of room in their driveways to park and didn't need the on-street parking.
Right.
And it could have been maneuvering potentially, and that's just pure speculation. But because the processes are changing, I don't know necessarily what the effects are long-term, but it has happened where people haven't shown up to purchase permits. Not very often, but it does happen.
I understand that. Okay, thank you. There must be are there any other questions? Open up to public comment? Oh, we have other questions?
A couple questions, yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Clearly, a lot of work has gone into this, and I think I attended every outreach meeting and just really appreciate the team's meeting management. I know some of the questions can be tough when you get them from all different angles, and I thought your team did a really good job handling, respecting all of the questions and describing sort of the reasons for different recommendations. So thank you for that, and thank you for all of the outreach. I wanted to understand this. This may be for your team or staff. For the existing permit parking areas, my understanding is that we are not enforcing those permit parking right now. Is that the case? And is that the plan until a new permit parking goes into effect?
So, Councilmember Reynolds, yeah, we are not enforcing permit parking at this time, and that's based on the resolution for COVID. So whenever council changes that, it'll go in effect. So
Right.
it's not related to this.
Okay. So if we were to adopt a new program, there's not this sort of, one day permit parking's on and then it's off because it's sort of, while the signs are there, we're not really enforcing it, right? Okay, I wanted to make sure I understand that. And then could you describe the sequence for areas that may have permit parking now but may not be eligible given your existing recommendations? I thought I understood that, but then I would get confused with sections that talked about applying for removal of parking. Can you just describe the sequence and where permits or whatever applications or something for removal of parking would come into play?
Yes, so the first phase, once we get all, the policies are updated, the codes have come before, the hearings have been had, and we're ready to launch. The word is out, we're ready to take action. The intention is to start with those that have those external impacts. Yep. So making sure that we go back, we revisit, make sure if there's any contiguous block faces that need to be added potentially, and really go through that effort. And we think that we can get that tackled within the first 1 to 3 months and basically get those neighborhoods and those communities on track for with the new program. And then following that, then you'd basically look at those programs that don't have those external demands. And again, that outreach, making sure everybody understands we have to basically renew the process, make sure people still want to participate, and then making sure that the neighborhoods are inclusive of, potentially multifamily dwellings. And they would go through those same steps of the petitioning process, the occupancy studies, and everything that would basically go into play so that ultimately, if that location proved to have the occupancy demands, then they could be permit eligible. And then you also have some of the locations that have been standing by for these recommendations. And then as we've addressed the locations that have existing programs without external impacts, then you get to the locations that are asking for permit parking and allowing them to go through the process as well, but to really queue up the groups so that you'd go existing programs with external, existing programs without the external, and then those neighborhoods that basically want permit programs, but they would have to meet the rules of the 4 contiguous blocks or the 2,000 feet, including all of the dwellings within that location, and they could go through the petitioning process as well. So there's really kind of 3 steps through it. And again, based on outreach and messaging, I think there will be many lessons learned that we could obviously be as effective and as streamlined as we go through this process as well.
I'm not understanding the scenario when residents would apply for permit parking removal.
Right, so I think that it ultimately will come, so we'll just assume that the external impact locations are all coming forward and let's just say they're all in.
Yep.
When we get to the phase 2, there might be existing neighborhoods that say, don't want it, don't need it anymore. And so rather than applying to have it removed, they just would not petition the new process.
Removal is like a default, right?
Basically, but I would also say that there will be proactive communications. It won't just be assumed just because we didn't hear from you that you're not interested.
Okay.
I think that through postcarding, through messaging, and through outreach, that confirmation can also be had through that outreach program so that there's no assumptions made, but making sure that those communications are had. You know, if we haven't heard from certain permit zones within a designated period of time, also going out and making sure that we're having those conversations to make sure that, number one, that whole communication leading up to the process so that folks understand what the rules of the game are going to be moving forward. And then if folks have any confusion or need clarification, or they're just not interested in anymore, I think that that will play out very naturally. And I think as we come back and report back to you all through this process, because again, I think it's going to be really important because your constituents are also going to be giving you all feedback, is making sure that we keep everybody apprised too. So I think that there's just a level of open communication that's going to be really critical to make sure that this effort is successful as well. Because there will be a lot of moving parts. And it's actually what really took us to get back here to you today is this we tried to simplify it as much as we possibly could. And it's going to take a lot to make sure that our community understands what we're trying to accomplish. And that's why we also know we can't bite the whole apple in one gulp, and we got to take, smaller bites at it too.
I appreciate that one of the core goals is adaptability, because I try to remind myself of that every time I think of all of the different scenarios that could play out here. There was one other thing that I thought could be confusing, where we say one of the external impacts could be schools. My mind would immediately assume that, like, if I live near a school, like any elementary school, for example, I'm going to be in the area that sort of qualifies as external impact. Can you clarify for that now? Schools, I could see during an hour in the morning and maybe an hour in the evening, there's these, immense neighborhood impacts. Hopefully we solve through some other strategies. But I want to make sure that residents have the right sort of mindset about, what external impacts we're talking about.
Great question. What you really tend to see, that spillover effect when you see colleges or high schools where there's a lot of traffic that comes on, or locations where those schools that maybe charge for a parking permit. So it's just as easy for me as a student to park in the neighboring adjacent streets. That's typically where you see those types of effects. But I don't want to disregard the pickup drop-off aspects of different communities. But typically, most communities have been able to regulate that through signage and postings and things like that, and also just good neighbor policies when we talk about those effects really being twice a day. But what you really are talking about primarily are those recreational areas where we have the folks that want to take advantage of those, amenities and park in the neighborhoods and then be there all day or even into the evening. And so I think that what you'll see is some of those balances between those recreation areas and also those schools where you have that type of vehicle presence where maybe people have to pay a fee to park on campus. And that's really when we start to talk about those guidelines. And I think that when we talk about those external impacts, we were absolutely trying to surmise everything here for you all tonight. But these will actually have clear definitions behind them as well when we start to publish and put this information out there too.
So you're not automatically eligible if you're around the corner from an elementary school. There still has to be some measurable impacts if it's a maybe underparked school or, like you said, Orange Coast College or something with charged parking.
Exactly. Your use of measurable is the exact word that we would definitely use when we talk about how to manage and mitigate those issues.
Good. Okay. Thank you. I think that covers all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Harlan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try and be as brief as I can because I want to hear the public who've been waiting very patiently, and I'm sure we have a lot of people who want to chime in. But first, thank you for all the work put into this. I echo the laudatory comments of my colleagues. I know this has been a long time and tremendous effort, and you're right, there are a lot of moving parts. So I want to start with some clarification about the potential rollout, because I heard you say one thing, I heard staff say another thing, so I want to make sure we're kind of on the same page here. So looking at what's put up on the screen right now, I'm reading this, that there's a 6 to 9 month initial implementation period, then the rollout actually begins and permit issuance would start. And in 2 phases, it would be the existing and then, well, two sections of existing. So for a new area that doesn't have a permit parking, it would be probably 20 some odd months on the.
Very much. I was going to say 18 months just based on the math that we have up on our screen, I think is generous, but I definitely would say that, about 18 to 20 months. And I think that that's optimistic. And I think that, again, there's a lot of moving parts that have to be tackled, but I'd say that that's about fair unless staff had anything else to add.
Well, Raja knows where I'm going with this, so.
Councilmember Harlan, yeah, we are going to be defining all the new zones to be just those external impact category. So we hope we don't have too many of those. So my hope is we don't have to wait that long. As soon as we do our initial existing external impact taken care of, we can start considering the new ones too at the same time while we roll the second phase.
So there was a graphic that shows, and I can't remember, it basically shows the city with some existing, yes. So in the, right underneath the existing RPP zone box in blue, it looks like 17th Street. I know of one existing RPP below there on 16th Street, but am I reading that right? Does it look like you've already made an analysis that there are impacts on 17th on the north and south side where we've got commercial zones? What is that color there? Maybe I can't read carefully enough, or has nothing been defined yet?
So Councilor Harlan, that particular neighborhood, the reason why they have permit parking is not because of 17th, but because of the apartments in Newport Beach.
I know, yeah, yes. What I'm asking though is more specifically for, let's say, Cabrillo.
Yeah. So Cabrillo would definitely qualify under the 17th Street impact and Newport Beach impact, both.
Right, okay. But it could be rolled out in the earlier stages.
Yes.
Considered an existing RPP.
That's correct.
Ostensibly, okay. All right. I know I said it was going to be brief, but it's going to be tough. So I'd like to get a better understanding of optimization. I saw that word peppered throughout the staff report and also in the action plan. And I'm trying to get an understanding of the quantitative. Is it 70%? Is it 85%? And I think for the public, I'm guessing that there's got to be some amount of space that's left open and available. So we're not talking about permit parking wall to wall on the street.
Right. I mean, ideally, when you look at your numbers and you look at those statistics that were side by side, in the case of your permitted versus your non-permitted streets, if you take that average and basically blend those, you're really looking at about a 35 to 40% occupancy if we didn't have all of the density, basically bulked up on your non-permitted. So I think when you start to really talk about that balance or distribution and you see that you have really ample room, and when you really get into the occupancy study, the places where you do have the 85%, the couple of block faces, they're surrounded by locations that have availability. So when you start to talk about neighborhoods and factors like that, when you get to about 70%, that's really when you're going to start to think about what we need to do differently. And so I think that that's, a little bit different than how you measure commercial cores and factors like that, because it really accommodates, when the family comes to visit or, I'm having an event this weekend, a barbecue or whatever the case may be. But when you start to hit 70% in a neighborhood, that's probably really when you need to really consider, what are those opportunities? And that's why I do think that the opportunity of leveraging some of the shared parking agreements in some of your more dense areas, I think will definitely bring advantage and help provide that relief as well.
Okay, so my concern, or at least one that's been shared with me by constituents, is that everybody who is eligible wants a permit, so they apply for it. So there's an excess beyond the number of available spaces, and then an adjacent multifamily also wants it. So you have, is there some point at which it's just going to be too many permits being issued?
That's a really great question, and it's something that I will tell you, we haven't hit that threshold yet on any program anywhere that I've ever been involved with, just to put that out there. But what I will tell you is then that's when you have to go in and reevaluate. And this is why when we talk about making data-driven decisions, you wouldn't wait until that happened. When you start to see that those thresholds and those numbers are basically growing, we have to go back and reevaluate and basically start to evaluate what do we need to do differently. And if we need to consider things like rate structures or potentially putting different caps or methodologies on there. It's another one of the reasons why we do think that the licensed driver opportunity is one that can really also have an advantage, because right now, if I use the example of I have 3 cars, I live by myself, and I can get 3 permits, then I can park all 3 of those cars on the street. And the intention of this is that, cars should move and, like the 72-hour rule, for example. But the fact is I'm not going to be juggling my 3 cars every single day. And that's been one of the things that we also heard from a lot of the community members too, was the long-term vehicle storage. And that's why you actually heard the public request that we enforce the 72-hour rule as well. Okay. But we wouldn't wait until you got to that place. You would basically start to make policy decisions that would basically help to manage and mitigate that issue.
Okay, 2 questions, 2 more at least. Can you help explain the ideas of zones, which I agree with seems to be a smart way to approach this rather than individual segments of streets. So 2,000 feet, is that a block that's 1,000 feet long and it counts for both sides, or does it have to be 2,000 full linear feet?
That we actually use both. In fact, this came as a result of the conversation that we had the last time. It was basically approximately the 2,000 feet or the 4 contiguous blocks. And so it's interesting because I think that that's where, when you really start to get down into the measures of, how is this defined, I think that there's going to be certain areas, and we heard from some of the residents that are adjacent to commercial cores, there is only 3 blocks, for example, and it's not necessarily 2,000 feet. I do think that those will be the times that staff will have to make exceptions, but we don't want to have a program of exceptions, mind you, but I do think that there's going to be situations like that, and I know that there's one neighborhood in particular that's very small, but it's adjacent to a very busy commercial core, and so those might be the exceptions to the rule, but in general, it's a rule of thumb, that contiguous aspect or that measurement, but we wanted to be able to allow for that flexibility so that, if there are exceptions just to the geographic design, that those would still be considered.
Okay. And my last question, and I know it's going to be raised in public comment, so I want to just know if you've seen, there's a letter that was presented to us speaking specifically about the rates and the rate structure. So I'm sure you will have a response to that. But is there any reason why this needs to be only revenue neutral, or have other communities looked at it as a way to provide revenue, but then that revenue is spent for some attendant benefit?
It's a great question, and typically when we talk about benefits districts, they're typically tied to a commercial core where there's paid parking programs and things like that. That's the standard. But when you look at the comparable cities, it's something when we talk about quality of life. And I think that that's something that we heard really loud and clear from your community members, that this is really about a quality of life issue. This is how we're going to try to manage and mitigate. Could you come out and have a $400 permit like private owners basically put on their programs? I don't think your residents as a whole would welcome that type of a solution. Is fee structure a way to address parking management? Absolutely. It's not typically done in the residential neighborhoods because, again, it's really about equitability and balance. And I think that it's one of the also drivers of why we brought forward the low income permit, because this is a factor of equitability and access in your neighborhoods and trying to bring that balance. And this is not something that was intended to, again, generate revenue because this is really about quality of life in the neighborhoods. And I think that that's really what we heard loud and clear from your constituency. And the opportunity to even implement a fee is going to be something that is going to be new to your community because the permit has always been free. And as you even see on the programs, the variation of permits, Santa Ana is the highest one, and they were the only one that was really out of sorts. Otherwise, everyone was right in the $20 to $35 range. So I would really come back to the quality of life aspect. If you want this to be a revenue driver, I can go put a financial model together for you. You tell me what you want the value to be, and we can come back and have that. But typically, that's associated with a commercial core paid parking program, fund a parking garage in the future, and it's not typically something that's done in the residential neighborhoods.
Okay. I'll have some comments on that later, but
Mr. Mayor,
I'm done.
Councilman Harlan, if I can just elaborate on that a little bit. The background, the mandate behind this whole study was not basically reducing car ownership, but mainly to manage the on-street parking that we have. And if you consider our city, maybe about 10-15% of our city has permit parking. Most of our city doesn't have permit parking. So when I looked at that particular comment, I felt it's unfair that we are now saying to just these streets that we're going to charge you so much to park on the street, and rest of the city has, there's no charge to park on the street. So if there is a need to reduce ownership, it should be maybe citywide then. I mean, it's something to consider. But
Right. I'll save my comments.
Does anyone else have any questions, or shall we go to hear what the public has to say? Public.
Good evening, good night, council. Thank you for, thanks for hearing me on this. The letter, the aforementioned letter was 97% of it was written by Jen Tanaka, but it was co-signed by David and I because we largely agree with it. But it's a good letter, and so I just want to talk about some quick things that I heard in this presentation, and maybe I didn't understand before that I really liked. I like the kind of shared parking lots idea, sort of, I've kind of a lot of, I didn't have the rhetoric for it, but like I basically have always kind of argued for like a cap and trade system with our large parking lots, and that's essentially what this is. I just like a lot of the principles behind this. But I do want to talk about the letter and talk about some things that I've been thinking about, and I really think we need to be encouraging, just better use of the land we have, and I think that's kind of one of the premises of this. And I think one of the things we know, and I don't know the research for this for Costa Mesa, but large amounts of single-family home garages are unoccupied, and the driveways in front of them are unoccupied, and that's quite a lot of space right there that I think we want to encourage people to be using. Let's see. Some of the concerns that I think were listed in the letter is that we think the rates are too low, and the reason why we have this is not because we want it to be a revenue generator, it's because we really want this to respond adequately to the need. And so I think one of the concerns, for an example, is if there's a private parking lot that's charging someone between $300 or $1,000 a year for a parking spot, and now we're offering these kind of lower rates. And these lower rates, I think, are going to have positive impacts at these margins, so that it's going to reduce the parking use on the street. But now people who were paying these higher rates because the street was flooded with parking and the street was super congested are now going to say, oh, the street has way less parking on it. I'm not going to pay the higher rate at their private development, and they're going to park on the street now. It's going to induce demand there. And I think that's a concern there. I also think Jen's point and our point, which free isn't equitable, is something I want to just highlight as well, is I do believe in a reduced price for low-income people. But to have it to be free is a concern of mine because I don't think it's going to be effective. I think like a $5 permit is a really, really low price, but it's still kind of like sending the message that we are going to be charging for parking and charging for the public space that we have. And to offer two free vehicles, I think is undermining the point. Lastly, where does the money go is I think we're kind of talking in circles here. I don't think we're arguing for this to be a revenue generator. It's just more like the Shoupian ideals of parking, revenue is that you use it to induce, I'm using the word induce, but other modes of transportation and getting people around other ways, and that's what you would use the money for. Yeah, I'm tired. Thank you.
Good timing. Anybody else from the chambers? Anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak to us on this matter?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Hey ho, hallelujah. Close the public comment. Councilmember Chavez, you have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I would like to move staff recommendation with one minor edit to make the low-income parking permit be $5 for the first permit, $10 for the second permit, and then the rest stays the same.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Reynolds. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes. First of all, again, I want to thank staff and the consultant for the great work you've done. I too attended all the public meetings, and I found your candor and your conversations with residents to be very fruitful. And I think you're also a big part of why this was so successful in calming down residents who are fearful of a big change. Ultimately, I think this came down to equity. So many people in my district have been split between the haves and the have-nots. And the haves and have-not were not based on anything that was fair. I had many residents who had streets that were impacted, but because their streets was half single-family homes and half multi-unit, they couldn't have a permit. I had residents who had to park their car blocks away from their home. I think this will be a more fair system because it'll still allow residents that have impacts to get the permit if they need it. It'll do so in a way that will make sure we're not losing money doing this permit process. But more importantly, and I think something we've said a lot in this council diet the past 3.5 years, is data driven. It's something that we can look back to and adjust if need be. So I'm very happy for this. I'm excited to see staff roll it out in the next couple of months. And more importantly, I'm really excited just to know the staff is going to be talking to the residents, informing them of the changes, and making sure they're up to date on every part of the process. And along the way, we're going to be looking at a more holistic approach of parking. I'm really excited about the zones. I think that will be a really big benefit in this community. There's some churches and schools that I know have historically been these regional hubs for parking, and I think codifying that will really ensure that we have less cars on the on the streets, and in turn making it a lot safer to walk and bike. Is all part of a big ecosystem. So I'm very proud. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to speak to the motion as the second?
I'll just add, again, thanks for all of the work to date. You clearly bring tons of experience, which I'm sure our staff appreciate, and I was really happy to see that you'll continue to be engaged in the implementation, which I'm sure our staff will appreciate as well. So I'm excited to see this going. I do, I think we all have maybe scenarios in our minds that we may be worried about. It's helpful to hear from you what is or isn't likely, but that we can also adapt as we go. So I'm eager to get started. I think this is going to help solve a lot of issues. Thank you.
Councilmember Harlan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question. I'm looking at attachment 1, which is the guidelines and policies for this. I do not see anything specific with regard to rates. What I do see is sort of something caught my eye. It doesn't specify the rates. It just says that there will be a parking fee structure. Is that correct? Is that what Councilmember Chavez, you are?
I'll off of the first portion of it on page 5, where it has the 4 here.
Okay. And Councilmember Reynolds, is that what you're agreeing to in this motion?
Yes, the recommendations included a fee structure. I'm assuming that I'm supportive of the fee structure as described on page 5 with
Okay.
Member Chavez's.
Okay, so I have a little heartburn with that, and I'll explain why. I think the letter that we received from the law firm of Tanaka, Martinez, and Vukovic was quite on point, and did raise a lot of good insights about why we're doing this and what it means. I think that the plan itself is a very good framework. I think it covers all of the bases, and it's not an easy thing to do. I recognize that. The question that I keep coming back to is how do we manage these impacts? And some of the impacts we've learned are directly related to being adjacent to a commercial area, right? But some impacts are what I would call self-inflicted. So if you own a home or you rent a home and you don't park in your garage and you park on the street, you've essentially created that problem. So it is, in some ways, it is an issue of equity, but it's also an issue of responsibility. And so I know we have a requirement to have garages in our homes. Most people prefer to just use it for whatever other space, but that has an impact on our public spaces. And so to my mind, there has to be some compensation for that. We have to find a way to, because there is an impact on public space, somebody's got to pay for it. And in some ways, we're essentially charging for the private use of public space here. And I think that requires a little bit more exploration. I don't have a dollar amount in mind, but I think, $25 for an annual permit is not even close to what would cover the cost. So I would have trouble supporting this as is with that rate structure. I would ask of the mover if we could continue a specific discussion about that. I think the framework, like I said, is a good one, but that really does have a huge impact on I think, all areas of the city.
Good questions. I had not considered that, primarily because, at least in my district, the permit situation is not regarding commercial. It's regarding R1 zones not wanting folks who have apartments to park in their complex. So for me, the cost piece was not much about but deterring them from parking in public property. It was more having equity so that everyone can have access to streets, not just those that happen to be in R1 zoning. So for that reason, I would not amend those rates. I'm not opposed to doing so in the future, but I think for the initial launch, I want to keep it as is.
Okay, well, I agree with your desire to have the discounted rate for low income. I completely support that. But I think there needs, at least from my mind, there needs to be more discussion about what really constitutes what I consider an equitable rate for just more of a market rate for other people who are going to have basically private use of public space.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I could make a suggestion. We're not going to be rolling this out for a little while. And typically we would do a fee study before we would actually adopt specific fees for these kinds of permits. So perhaps we would table the amounts with a recognition that there will be a fee study and the council will ultimately be choosing what rates would be charged and at what level of income one would, say, issue it for free, for example.
Well, but they already did the fee study, right? I mean, what would a fee study entail other than the putting together the comparative rates of other cities, which you've done? And we are, it seems like based on that, which we could put it back up on the screen. Do we have that back up on the screen? Looks like we're in the ballpark. So what I'm struggling with the Sage from the east side is, what about this fee structure makes you think that we are charging too little?
Well, I agree with the law firm's letter that this is kind of an apples to locomotives comparisons. I don't think it really matters what other cities charge. It matters to what we're trying to accomplish with a fee structure. And to my mind, at this point, and I do appreciate the city attorney's recommendation, that we haven't really explored what the full intent of this, of the rates are for this program.
Pardon me? Yes.
Yes, sir. If I could just add the one intent of the reason why we implemented the recommendation of the licensed driver is really one of the opportunities to try to help mitigate this issue. And I think I just wanted to really reinforce this because not only do you have to have a licensed driver to be eligible for one permit. Again, I can only have one permit for my 3 cars. Also, the fact that the tiered structure is intended to, again, motivate those alternatives and everything that we've talked about here today. And so the methodology that you are describing is definitely what is typically engaged in the commercial core. And when we talk about the utilization of, how private operators manage parking, that's typically for the commercial core. And a lot of the methodology that was described in the letter is based on the commercial core and a lot of the theories that that were shared. And in terms of initiating this program and being able to receive public feedback, I think is absolutely an important first step. The opportunity to reevaluate and to potentially increase fees moving forward, I think can also be managed by the response, how many new permit programs you end up having, and really, again, making those data-driven decisions. But I really wanted to reinforce again, the intention was to mitigate the number of cars that a household is eligible for, and to again have that tiered fee structure, to again introduce the fact that folks understand that by having more cars in my household by eligible driver, I actually have to pay higher fees and higher structures. And again, if that rate is higher, again, up to your purview, but just wanted to indicate that again, that comparable analysis, it's right there in that mid-range with the exception of Santa Ana.
And I understand and appreciate that. I think my point is that, like it was described in that letter, and I think it was a good point, is that the permit fees here aren't necessarily going to change behavior with regard to the permit. It's not going to encourage somebody to either not have a car or not choose to drive or not necessarily park on the street. I mean, $25 for a permit, that's a couple of lattes for an annual permit to use public space.
But I'm only eligible for one of those permits versus today where I'm eligible for 3. And so I think that that's when you start to talk about changing behavior. It's about a starting point. And I think that that's really an important part of this recommendation process. It's not to say that your rates won't get there, but it's also an initiation of this program and really, again, influencing and changing behavior because we are talking about some basic rules and eligibilities that will change based on what folks have been accustomed to historically.
So, Councilmember, do you have a substitute motion, or you've already asked the maker of the motion to amend?
Yeah, I'll offer a substitute motion, which is to approve staff's recommendation for the entire framework, but for the rate structure, which we would, at a later date, do a fee study that actually examines some specifics, and I don't mean to disparage the analysis here, but this looks like a very basic comparison. It doesn't get to what I think the heart of the issue is here.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to say before we call for the question on the substitute motion?
I just
Mr.
have
Mayor,
a
can I-
question.
Okay, so you said everything that you want to say to support the substitute motion, or do you want to be heard further?
No, I think I've said enough.
Do you want to say anything? Okay, you say something, you want to
Very quick.
get the attention of Mr. Mayor, yes.
Mr. Mayor, just want to point out that, when we did our study for, looking at permitted streets and unpermitted streets, the number of cars that are parked on the permitted streets are 15% of the space is taken. So majority of the residents on permitted streets are not parking on the street. Just want to let you know that.
Yeah, I don't support the substitute motion. I don't think this is for the purpose. This is, you have to, if people are going to participate in it, in this program, you have to have a reasonable rate, otherwise they're not going to participate. And I don't think the purpose of any of this is to have people not drive cars or not own cars or anything like that. So I'm going to vote against the substitute motion and for the original motion. Let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Just 1 minute, please.
Mayor, can I ask a question in the meantime?
Who wants to ask a question?
Reynolds.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I want to understand. I'm always open to learning something new and additional analysis, but I do want to start moving this forward. So can you, what flexibility is there to adjust the rate structure before this rolls out without sort of slowing down the process, right? Because I know there's these 3-month timelines. I mean, and I guess maybe the second part of that question is, how much additional work is it to do this additional analysis? I mean, I'm fine spending a little bit more time or spending another moment of time looking a little bit more in depth at sort of pros and cons if it's 25 versus 50 versus 100.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that, council has authority to change the rate structure. We have to go back and revise the ordinance. We need to come back to you with the ordinance anyway to even move this forward. So let's say we come back in a month with an ordinance, you can even change at that point whatever the rate structures you want to suggest at that point.
Got it.
And then down the road, it's again a matter of revising it.
So we have time to learn and rethink. Okay, thank you.
That's right.
Okay, ready? Call for the question on the substitute motion.
Not going to let me withdraw my motion then?
Oh, yeah, you can if you want, yeah.
I'll withdraw it with the understanding that it's going to come back as an ordinance. I'd like to have a more robust discussion about it at that point.
Boy, it is getting late. Right.
Okay.
So let's call for the question on the original motion.
Hold on,
Thank you,
let me
Jeff.
clear this now.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
When you say the original, are we going back to Councilmember Chavez's amended, or are we going
Yeah,
back to before?
Councilmember Chavez's motion, which was accept the staff recommendation with the only thing that changes is for the low income, it's $5 and $10 instead of being free.
Okay, thank you.
Will do. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Good job, everyone. Thank you. Also, yeah, that was really good. And you guys are spectacular. That's what I just want to say. You know, I mean, the presentation, the detail, the work over a long period of time. You cannot leave here until you get some kudos.
I just really also have to acknowledge staff though, because we wouldn't be as amazing without all of their support. And I have to tell you that there was a lot of debate and discussion, and I really have to commend staff because a lot of the maps and everything that you see in front of you is a direct result of staff. So I really have to acknowledge it was a team effort. So thank you guys.
Right. But I mean, we're kind of tough to deal with sometimes, you know, and so you did, yeah. All right, thank you, Kelly. All right, thank you, very, very well done. Okay, and staff too, very well done. Okay, now we're gonna adjourn the meeting, but before we do, does anybody have any parting shots, anything that they didn't say the first time in terms of council member comments? Okay, we're adjourning the meeting in memory and in honor of Gary Kimball, Joanne Taylor, Jillian Collins Zuniga, who passed away. They all passed away, and so we're sorry about that, and we're honoring them by adjourning the meeting in their honor. Thanks.